は許して終わりのこばれた日々を終わりにするから雨の日も晴れの日もいつの日も好きだったそれだけは今もまだずっと変わりはしないそして約束を信じ破れる弱い心を包む両手で溢れる涙拭ってくれる優しいあなたに伝えるんだありがと一人きりで膝を抱えて生きてることも見えなくなってた汚れきた消えない傷を痛めつけながら何度も撫でた穏やかな金色の夢風が来た言葉ゆるりと混ざり合うような柔らかな思いを雨の日も晴れの日もいつの日も愛してたそれだけは今もまだずっと変わりはしないだけど約束は果たせないまま弱い私を守る心がそっと世話して一人で向かう明日の日々が輝けと笑っていつの日か笑える日々に歩いてくいつかいつの日か悲しさを感じることは今だけは許して終わりのこばれた日々を終わりにするから雨の日も晴れの日もいつの日も好きだったそれだけは今もまだずっと変わりはしないそして約束を信じ破れる弱い心を包む両手で溢れる涙拭ってくれる優しいあなたに
Hello! Nike, hi! What's up? Yay, you're here. All right. Hello, hello. I figured that song was a lot nicer than whatever we got going on the starting screen now. The Uminekos are no longer nakuing. Oh, thank you, Rep. What will be our next joke for episode 6? I wonder. Hashtag blame Shano and Real? You just got done with working on notification. Aw, hell yeah. Welcome, welcome. We're at the start of something. This is I don't know if you know about Umineko Nike, but this is a big ol' Big old long story. We've already been in this for like 200 hours. So good luck. But it'll be fun, I'm sure. So as you can see, there's like stuff going on with a witch. We're gonna start episode 6. Dawn of the Golden Witch. Ah, look at Battler's portrait. Let's fucking go. Here for vibes and no context. That is perfect. Let's go. Oh my god, that's right. Battler is the new game master. And he's got a badass looking portrait. He's come so far. Yeah, your friend's table added Dan's soundbite. The sea is blue. That's amazing, honestly. Dan's famous. Even the rest, he was sobbing the whole night from like, oh my god. Dan's gotta get in here so he can find out that he's famous. No, he wouldn't care, but still. That's funny. All right. He was so happy you had more. Yeah! Let's go. Well, we gotta start plugging Dan's own stream. He's been meaning to start streaming some more. All right. Good morning. It is at last time for the curtain to rise on Battler's game. Let us observe the fight from the opposite side of the chessboard. Can Battler succeed in playing the demanding role of the game master? There is no longer any difficulty level. At this point, these aren't hints, but a confession. No more hints, only confession. Whoa, Sage Battler's so hot. You love it? Enjoy Battler's newest character arc. All right, time for him to... He's graduated from being an L. Now he becomes hot. Let's go, Battler. He gets new sprites. Oh! I mean, on the Answer Arc's picture, he's got like the Kinzo cape. Oh boy. A beautiful glow shone in from the skylight over the grand cathedral. The place was somehow different from the way it had been during the witch's trial. The decorations had changed. The several pleasantly sparkling white ribbons were paper thin, but they hung beautifully in the air. Flowers were arranged all over in a way that would make any place look cheerful. Wait, there's a wedding? It was like how a single drop of impure water could spoil an entire cask of wine. Just the presence of the flowers, the ribbons, and the red carpet that ran down the center of the room made it hard to believe this was the same place Ushiro Natsuhi had been falsely accused of a crime. Now Battler has all the witches. Get it? I guess he's marrying them all? Oh, damn. How's Beato gonna feel about that? Actually, Beato might not care that much. We'll see. It had truly become a wedding chapel. Who's getting married? Who the fuck is that? Love is generous. Love is merciful. Who the fuck is that? We got 2 new VTubers. What are their names? The twins. 2 new twin VTubers. Love does not envy. It does not boast. You have demon facts about them when you get that Dis and D's nuts of the Nuts family. Gotcha. These words spoken by 2 demons who seem to be in charge of this gathering were part of a ceremony for making an oath of love before the eyes of God. Of course, in this wedding celebrated by demons, there was no priest in sight. Instead, there stood the witch who controls miracles. I would not trust a wedding where Burncastle was reading our vows. In sickness and in health. Yeah, a wife's true job is to be supportive in times of sickness. Isn't that right, Lambda Delta? she meant that as towards Erika. I was so close. Isn't that right, Erika? Who the fuck is Erika marrying? Hello? Pretty interesting. Yes. My master. They're not getting married, are they? That looks good on you. What a fitting outfit for the one who has conquered the bridegroom. So is Erika getting married to someone in the, like, Mongol raider sense? Except that Erika's the raider? Femdom? I think Femdom is happening. You're not getting married to Battler, are you? I don't like that. CC, wedding time! This will not end poorly or have any dubious implications. Thank you, CC. For 25 months! 2 years and a month! Yeah! I'm honored, my master. The bride standing on the carpeted path was Furudo Erika. The groom's face couldn't be seen. The bride's outfit was, without a doubt, a pure white wedding dress. His tuxedo mask. Damn, Sailor Moon's gotta get her boy back. Tuxedo mask reveal, let's go. The bride's outfit was, without a doubt, a pure white wedding dress. The bride's veil represented both the white of God's blessings and the white of the demon's cruelty. A great many goat nobles, witches, and demons were gathered for this wedding. The veil over the twin tails is very stupid, I agree. If only their heads hadn't been those of goats, they would probably have seemed to be a very refined crowd worthy of this great cathedral. You hate her veil? We got a lot of veil haters in the chat. I'd expect no less of you, Burn. Every single thing you come up with is always so screwed up. A wife to support her ailing husband. Isn't that wonderful? It suits you, Erika. That stupid veil over your twin tails. And congratulations to you too, Mr. Groom. At that point, Burncastle stared straight into the groom's eyes. The groom didn't answer. His eyes were gray. His lips would mutter something from time to time, but no one could tell if the words meant anything. Oh no, did they get Battler to shut down like Beato did? They bait him so hard at his own game that his punishment is he has to get married to Erika because she femdomed him so hard. Is that what's going on? Hey, are you listening? All of you? It suits you. Oh yes, we can have another discussion about gender roles and expectations. instead of a wedding. Yeah. What? No? Still wedding? Dang. Did you watch Adam's Family Values? I think so. I don't remember what each movie was called, but I think I saw a bit of that. What part are you referring to? Hey, are you listening? All of you. She spoke to the groom in the plural. The plural? Of course, there was only one groom. And of course, the gray-eyed groom didn't answer. When Orfester marries that one girl and she's a gold digger. Maybe? I'll have to watch it again. Is that what's going on? That's basically episode 6 in a nutshell. Oh no. Okay, I guess I'll have to watch Adam's Family Values as required reading for Umineko episode 6. You can hear, but you can't answer, right? I fucking knew it. Don't worry. Okay, Battler-san? Battler getting, like, tortured by witches. What else is new? His dignity in shambles. I'll take everything of yours and trample all over it. Erika, I know you wanted revenge on Battler, but is this the way to go about it? I mean, getting married to him? I always tell a joke when people get to episode 6 and they're like, oh god, here we go. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch that again. The Witch of Miracles sneered with an evil smile that would make even demons want to avert their gaze. Wow, domestic abuse in Umineko, unheard of. Real. Even that sneer provoked no response from Battler's dim eyes. People live for the sake of love. You have no idea why Erika thought it would be a good idea to marry Battler in this either. Something tells me she only thinks ahead if it's a mystery. If it has to do for herself, maybe she's just spiteful enough to not think this through. You know what I mean? Gender. That too. Therefore, today you have fulfilled the purpose of your lives, to procreate and have children. I do not ever want to see Erika ever around a child, let alone one that she bore herself. You cannot tell facts until these two say their names, but just know I love them. Okay. Rep does seem to be a Demon Girl fan, like Gop and now these guys. Oh, how great is the power to live, the power of love. I pray that the brightness of this day blesses these two for all time. Just give it a rest already, you demons. What comes next? The couple will now make an oath of eternal love. After that, they will exchange rings. You've been studying demonology and the cult since you were a kid, so you're showing your inner Maria. I think that's charming. You didn't like them on your first read through, but really liked them you're reading back again when I started Umineko. Interesting. On Battler's hand, was a ring bearing the seal of the one-winged eagle, proof that he was the territory lord of this world. Oh, so she's getting married so she can have power back over this territory, is that it? Because like we're sharing property now, is that the aim? Nurturing your inner Maria. I know, isn't that cute? And on Erika's finger was a diamond ring that could not be shattered by any miracle. Literal gold digger, yeah. Literally digging for Beatrice's gold. You need to find you a demon that doesn't mind your demon ramblings. You know, I'm sure they're out there, like for certain. Diamonds signify an eternal bond. However, in Greek, the word for diamond simply means unbreakable. I'm rooting for you. Erika wasn't vowing to love Battler forever. She just wanted to take Battler as her property for all eternity. It is gender femdom, oh my god. This wedding was being performed for the sole purpose of humiliating Battler. I knew it. I knew it. But yeah, where's your Erika wedding? Is this the kind of wedding you want, Rep? I mean, being real. Do you want a veil over your twin tails? Don't worry. I won't love you forever. After all, the point of this ceremony is to make you submit to me. Halloween wedding would rule. I feel like Maria hypothetically would want that too. Your heart will be shut inside an inescapable locked room forever, where I, Furudo Erika, the detective and the witch of truth, will command it. Your position as territory lord and your ring will become mine. I'm sucking up your dowry with a Hoover vacuum cleaner. Can't get. It was really small, but the pictures were so cute. Oh, I bet. Oh. What was that? Can't get out. Once again, Berncastle's the only one who looks happy about this. And these two, I guess. Yes, I bet you can't get out of that locked room. After all, you made that locked room yourself. You will suffer in that room for all eternity. I'll remain by your side as your wife for eternity and get to enjoy that look of anguish on your face all by myself. I'll defile you forever. Ooh! Wait, we get an opening? We only get an opening. Yeah, Cece, that doesn't shock me after last time, honestly. All right, woo, let's go. Let's party. Maria, we got the cousins. Uh-oh. Okay. Nazi, let's go. We got the fam. Woo. Yeah, opening. Beato. Ange! Not Ange getting eaten up. Woo! Let's go. Here we are on this chessboard. Butler and Beato. You love 2000s indie game openings, yeah. This goes kind of hard though. Rokenjima. Rokenjima. Umineko no Naku Koro ni Saku. All that could be heard was the sound of the wind. Yeah, that was me at the start screen. Like, what's going on? A sound of misfortune, strong enough to bring sadness and unease to those who heard it. Slowly, I came back to my senses. I finally regained consciousness on top of a bed with a firm mattress. Where was this again? Couldn't remember where this was, but I could vaguely recall that it was very bad for me to be here. The room was dimly lit. When did I start playing Fata Morgana? Oh my god. A while ago now. Like 2022. I can check on my YouTube, but I'm like, oh shit. I actually can look pretty easily. Let me see, because I got my YouTube channel up. Alright, let's see. Alright, one more. Nope. Okay, yep, September, almost 2 years ago now. September 9th or thereabouts. Might have been a little earlier because this is the VOD upload to YouTube. So early September 2022. You'd be curious if Fata Morgana took inspiration from Umineko, actually. The low angle on the stained glass window, very Fata Morgana core, yeah. You know, I would not be shocked, honestly. Even though the nature of it is very different. The room was dimly lit. There was a light on that just made the darkness and eeriness of the room more apparent. There were no curtains over the window, but it was too dark outside to see anything beyond it. I squinted into that pitch blackness. It felt as though I would see the witch of the forest peeking back at me through the darkness, and I averted my gaze from the window in fear. I couldn't see or hear it, but I got the feeling that if I left this room, it would be bright and warm, and someone would be there for me. I have to get to where everyone else is right now. A bad memory from when I was very young began to well up. I was having trouble staying awake during a family gathering, and next thing I knew, I was lying on a bed in a room I'd never seen before. I have the horrible, painful memory of waking up there, feeling incredibly lonely and crying my eyes out. You have returned with icy hot bandages and a sweet treat. That sounds good. Something fucked up's going on in the game, so enjoy. This room, I'm not supposed to be here. I just want out. Once I started to think that way, I didn't want to stay in this room a second longer than I had to. This may be him waking up on a bed, but it's not clear at this point. This room scares me. It's creepy. Where is everyone? There was an anime OP using game assets, yep. I want to get out of here right now. I open the door, trying to leave the room. A pleasant glow snuck in through the crack of the door. As I thought, the corridor was filled with a comforting light. I couldn't actually hear them, but I could sense that far away, people were enjoying themselves. They did mention at family gatherings that rules out some people. Some sort of Ushinomiya, yeah. Everyone else must be gathered in the room across from this one. I've been shut up in this lonely, creepy room, all alone. I should go, quickly. Whoa, CG chains. As soon as I thought this, a merciless metallic sound rang out, and the door refused to open any further. The chain had been set. I've always hated chain locks. Oh, it's just like the little lock on the door. Well, if you're inside the room, you can undo it, right? Well, who set the chain? If you don't remember being there, are they still in the room with you? You can open a normal lock just by twisting, but chain locks are built in a kind of annoying way, or it's difficult to undo them easily. So I've hated them since I was very young. See? Even this chain is causing me trouble, and I just can't get it undone. Why is this happening? I just want to leave this creepy room right away. Just on the other side of this thin door, everything is bathed in a warm light. I can't undo it. I just can't undo this chain. The more desperate I grew. You know what? This track is pretty close to like a Zero Escape track. You know what I mean? The more desperate I grew, the more the unsettling darkness of this room seemed to close in on me from behind, and the more frightened I became. Then, I finally noticed there was something wrong with this chain. Yes, there is a chain, but this isn't a chain lock. If I am me, then who was phone, really? This is just a chain staked into the door so that it can't open any further. In other words, it isn't made to be opened. What the hell's going on? Any farter? Why do something? Who'd do something like this, damn it? No matter what I did, No matter how much I struggle, I couldn't pull out the stake or undo the chain or break the mechanism. This door was just a demon's mouth, made to trick me into thinking it would open before crushing my hopes a moment later. Even so, even if only I could just open this door somehow, I could get out into that pleasant corridor. This desire forced me to keep my hand glued to the doorknob. But it was useless. Both the chain and the stake were very firm. And though they clattered about, there was no chance of them letting the door open any further. Even though I could see the pleasant hallway through the crack, I had no chance of opening the door any further. Maybe someone will come if I yell. Maybe the door can be opened easily from the outside. When I thought this, I tried to call out to someone, but it was though the wind had been knocked out of me. I could mouth the words, "Someone, come here," but no voice left my lips. What's going on? Someone, come. Why can't I cry out? Help me, help me, help me! Not even being able to say help me out loud scared me more than anything. And if I turned around, the witch, gazing into the room from the darkness outside, might now be inside the room, standing right behind me. I'm frightened. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Someone help me. Someone help me. I can't get out. I can't get out. Let me out of this room. Help me. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Help me. Help me. Help me. That whole scene was very Fata Morgana-like. Characters updated.
お嬢、先方がいらっしゃったそうですぜ。
Missy, it sounds like they've arrived. Wait, hold on. Amakusa? What are you doing here?
Eh?
Huh? Ange? Ange? Oh. I fucking knew it! Amakusa ran his finger down my cheek. Oh, romantic? I awoke in an instant from the doze I had just been in. That was Ange's memory? That's terrifying. You think I hate him? I'm judging a book by its cover. You know what? That's fair. Even Cece's like, yeah, that's fair. This guy used to be a mercenary, and then he was hired as a bodyguard. And he's banned from the country of France, so you know what, that's fair. He loses the hat and changes the coat, you'll like him better? Yeah, that's fair. Who needs France? Exactly! This guy didn't want to go to the Olympics anyway. But, okay, so the girl on the right was kind of supposed to be dead. So this is interesting. I glared at Amakusa for waking me up in such a creepy way, but he just played dumb. Where is this? Nice dried sunflowers. Feels like a parlor in the house of some well-off person. But I have no memory of this place at all. Ange, like, Gandalf voice, I have no memory of this place. One's really skinny looking arm. I'll wait till she comes back. That's Battler's little half-sister who's not on the island, thus not killed by the witch. Yeah. Just a funny, 2 arms, just funny uniform, yeah. Ange, my MC is back, the Umineko can begin. Yeah, you're back, Ange is back! Where is this? And why am I...
お嬢、寝ぼけてるんですかい?
Are you still half asleep, Missy?
ええ、ごめん。
Yeah, sorry. Well, let's see. I think it's the illusion of her armband making one arm look really skinny. It's kind of the shadows and the dark background are also not doing her any favors. Where is this? This is goals. Yeah, people want this for their cottagecore designs mixed with, you know, a smoking room study library. Like, this is somebody's dream. The arm just looks proportionally weird because of the band, the poof, and the flowy sleeve. Yeah. Yeah. Any fashion sins you can blame the original creator for, because he drew the original sprites and picked out all the outfits, and these are redrawn. So, any weird fashion choices, just blame him. Yes, you do get to blame a man. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Where are we? Huh? Apparently he hadn't expected me to forget something like that just because I wasn't fully awake yet. Oddly enough, I agreed. Why am I in this parlor that I don't recognize? Hey now, Umineko outfits are cool. A really nice time capsule of 2000s Lolita influence. That is true. And I will say, that man tried his hardest to draw ruffles, which most people hate drawing, so bad respect. The sound of the footsteps of the person or people that Amakusa had mentioned had come right up to the opposite side of the door. No, this is a pretty nice place. Yeah, I could see this in a magazine. Actually, look at all the fucking lamps that are being hung. It's like a Home Depot. What is even going on? What happens if a bulb goes out? What a pain in the ass. You see the influence? There's certain weird masculine modern influence you don't like. You like the style, especially of her sleeves. They just made her arm weird. Yeah. The lamp aisle calls us home. I could hear the sound of a conversation. They were probably women. Judging by the coffee. Hey, they even got the middle-aged white woman orchids on the shelf, you know? And there's some nice plants going on here. Judging by the coffee and the snacks laid out in front of me, I was the guest here. Original sprite is actually a lot less extreme on the width difference. Yeah. All right, so we blame the new artist. In that case, I better remember why I came here. Or at least who it was that I came to visit. Who am I? Ushinomiya Ange. Yeah, but he tried so hard. That's what counts. Yes. Who is the man standing behind me? Amakusa Juza. Yep, we do know that. I've met him before. All right, so who do we got so far? That's it, just these two. Ushinomiya Ange. There's her, what she looks like fully, full sprite. The final descendant of the Ushinomiya family 12 years in the future. In the middle of her journey to reach Rokenjima while evading pursuers from the Sumadera family, she is sucked into the world of an impossible memory. Oh, so this is kind of supposed to be during episode 4 or an alternate timeline in episode 4? Oh, you're right. There is the witch world. Oh, okay. They do have everybody. Except they have Kinzo, they have Kinzo return to gray. All right. I see. Oh, he's already got the thing. He's already got the Kinzo cape. Let's go. I want to double check. No, it's not quite Kinzo's cape. It's not exactly the same. His looks more like a pirate captain. Kind of, but it's got the vibes. All right. She reached several truths in the past games and possesses enough power to represent observers. It is said that many witches are fond of her bad attitude, and many of them even have an eye on becoming her master. Interesting. Amaksa Juza, a former guard of Eva's, an extreme thrill seeker who accepts dangerous jobs for little pay. He had served as Ange's bodyguard before, but after he broke Eva's strict order not to talk to Ange countless times, Eva ultimately took a dislike to him and let him go. Ange herself didn't find him all that bad because he was someone she could talk to. JSDF, Foreign Legion, private military companies, this man has traveled them all and has skill in counter-sniping and escorting VIPs. Add Ange self-insert confirmed. Alright, so we got Burn, if she'll load. Some of these, a lot of these seem to have changed the descriptions, so let's look. Burncastle, with victory of the human side. She should have achieved victory as well, but she seems unable to accept it. It appears that she is less concerned with who actually wins and cares more about how brutal an end might be reached. Thanks, girl. Therefore, hostile towards Battler as he tries to end this peacefully, she attempts to use Erika to ruin this final game. You say that, but there's 2 episodes after this. Lambda Delta. Because the end of the game has been assured with the victory of the human side, she no longer stands in opposition to anyone. As a previous game master, she also knows the truth and has taken a position of non-interference. Now she simply acts as a spectator, enjoying her beloved Burn's contorted expressions. You know what? Valid, I guess. Erika, the Witch of Truth temporarily. She is also a detective and calls herself an intellectual rapist. Yeah, she's so weird. I do not want to study Erika in a lab. She participates in Battler's game as the human side player. She possesses numerous skills that qualify her to call herself a detective, and can even be elevated to the level of red truth when acknowledged by her master, Burncastle. Whether she wins or loses, this will be the last game, and there will be no further use for her. Ooh, yay! Erika goes in the trash bin over this. Embodiment of repulsion. Yeah. Flanner A. Knox. Which is interesting. I think it's interesting. Dan doesn't seem to think it's interesting, but I do. Flanner A. Knox. A member of the Eiser and Jungfrau, the 7th District of Repentance of Heaven, increased Archbishop goes class, goes by the name of Flanner of the 10 Wedges, or death sentence Flanner. Yep. Hello, B. B, you're not gonna believe this. Erika is getting married to Battler, is like trying to force him to get married to her just to humiliate him. Just to make him feel bad. Yeah, it's wedding day. Fucked up wedding. She wants to take his dowry, which is his power over the game world as the new game master. Also, Ange is back. Yeah, we haven't gotten context yet. It was kind of the stinger, like the first scene. But apparently whatever happened, he got his ass handed to him again. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on. But as we know, he is an L. However, he does get a badass cape now. Look at this. He at least has upped his game in the fashion department. He's like Love Child Beto and Kinzo. Something closed room? Maybe. Yeah, something like that. I think I did read this. Yeah, I did. Just seeing if people have different descriptions. He's at the peak of both game status and magic, and yet these witches keep humiliating him. Alright, you know what? That's enough for now. Also, Ange is back. Amaksa Chusa, the man who used to be my guard long ago. He's now the bodyguard Okanogi assigned to me. Now that's a good question, because apparently she's dead. Things are looking a little grim. Not a consensual marriage, no. Dead or dead? Well, once Battler realized the truth about who Beato is, the Tea Party, real. But she had kind of faded away right before then. So he's like, oh my god, why did you have to give up before I fully gave up? If you'd hung on a little longer, I could have apologized to you, stuff like that. So, wherever Beato is, like, Battler can't see her, whatever that means. In that case, after Aunt Eva died, I must have thrown off my pursuers and gone on a journey to find out what happened on that day 12 years ago. So Battler with his new cape is ironically in the same position Kinzo was at the beginning. Assuming he wasn't already dead. Yeah, we can say for sure now he's already dead. Except, oh yeah, oh, Beatrice, you mean in that sense, kinda. Except he doesn't want to possess Beatrice, he wants to, you know, reconcile with her. Or apologize or whatever's going back. Yeah. Exactly. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. In that case, after Aunt Eva died, I must have thrown off my pursuers and gone on a journey to find out what happened on that day 12 years ago. Is that what happened? Okay, let's give Battler another time. Maybe he'll annul the marriage. Kinzo might have always had something wrong with him. Did I have a memory of this? Battler's Start of Darkness. Now that'd be a twist. After a knock, the door opened, and the person I must have come here to meet entered along with a maid. Oh, wonderful. Even after seeing her face, I can't remember who she is. Oh, damn. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Says Hachijo Toya. Kinzo probably wasn't born fucked up. Alright, alright. Generational trauma and all that. That's a relief. You either die in L or you live long enough to see yourself become the misogynist. That's Umineko. Real. That's a relief. The maid introduced her to me first. Hydrate. Alright, I'm hydrating. Yeah, yeah, just kind of laughed while I was sipping and choked a little, you know. The maid introduced her to me first. And I finally remembered who she was. She? I was sure it was a he. Oh, Toya, one of those gender neutral names.
先生で
Excuse me, but are you? Hey, you were that lady who was faded out on the thing. Who are you? Yes, why do you have Rosa's haircut?
私が八条東也です。
I am Hachijo Toya. My name has 8 in it twice. That's 8 Castle 18.
週刊誌に先生のサイン会の件が載ってましたぜ。
The magazines talked about your book signing event. 88? No. I mean, okay, the kanji in her name. Held on, she forges message bottles, a mysterious novelist, and the mysteries surrounding her outnumber even those found in her novels. Claiming to have found the truth of Rokenjima, she writes new tales and publishes them on the web, as though giving out extra hints. Oh, she's an Umineko reader. However, I have no memory of meeting her before my trip to Nijima. Okay. So, here we go. This is the kanji for her name at the bottom here, right? Hachijo Toya. Hachijo, her last name, means like 8 castle, whether it's like, you could say it's 8 castles or 8 castle, 8 castle, that's what it means. And then her first name means 18, like it's 10 and then 8, which is how you write 18. That's Toya. Imagine meeting someone who writes IRL fic of your dead family. You know what? I'm sure to some celebrity children that's actually happened. 18, 8 castles, you go figure. Yeah, exactly. What's funny is that, the Juza in Amakusa is like that too. I think his Juza means 12. I could be wrong, but kind of it's funny. We got 2 people with number names. Kanji Leet speak. Oh my god. Yeah, Hifumi is pretty does Leet speak. God. The magazines talked about your book signing event. 18 people. 8 Oh! Cece, you're so right! 18 people, 8 chapters, literally the embodiment of Umineko fics. You're so right! The magazines talked about your book signing event. Supposedly, a mysterious male author showed up wearing sunglasses and a mask.
まさか女の先生だったとは。こりゃどういうわけで
Never thought you'd be a woman. What's the deal? And why do you have Rosa's haircut?
あれは編集部の方に手配していただいた身代わりです。
Yes, the fandom calls fics forgeries. Oh, that's funny. I think Mirinda wrote one. They didn't say outright it was theirs, but oh, that's cool. Why is NSYNC back? Because Ange is back, right? And he's her bodyguard. That was just a double setup by the editing
あの
department.
サイン会の時、後ろに待機していた海添が私でした。
I was the assistant standing behind him at the book signing.
こりゃ驚いた。
Ah, now there's a shock.
先生の作品は読んだことないが、
I haven't read your works,
あんた本人の方がよっぽどミステリーですぜ。
but I'll bet you're even more of mystery than your books are. She does look mysterious.
読者など本を読んでいるふりをしているだけ。
My readers only pretend to read my
作者
books.
名とブランドだけで
Love examination.
読んだつもりでいる。
They buy them just based on the name of the author and the brand and think that they've actually read them.
彼らには私の本に何が書いてあっても 何も読んでなんかいない。
No matter what I write in my books, they don't truly read anything.
ただ今流行りの作品は欠かさず読んでいるとインテルブるために読んだふりをしているだけ。
They just pretend to read so that they can look smart and knowledgeable and keep up with the current fad.
その程度のものどもにどうして我が
Music
身を
tells you
晒す
she's the shit, I know, right? The readers are book talk and Ange makes a pained noise in the background. Am I supposed to expose myself to these people?
汚らわしきかな汚らわしきかな。
Why indulge such trash?
なるほど。
I see.
確かにあなたが八条先生のようですね。
Looks like you really are the great Hachijo. This person really is eccentric. I mean, listen to this Professor Layton-ass music. There's no doubt about it. This is Hachijo Toya herself. This great Ace Attorney-ass music. Social media would have crushed the poor girl. Yeah. Modern Andrew would be on TikTok and hate it so much. I could definitely see that. Hachijo Toya is a mystery novelist who's become the center of discussion lately. Although her actual books are also apparently highly praised, it's her mysterious debut that's attracted so much attention towards her lately. Last year, she somehow managed to win several different awards for exceptional mystery novels offered by multiple large publishing companies, submitting each of her works under a different pen name. And after that, several highly regarded anonymous works were discovered, one after another, who have been stories she had written in the past under false names. And her popularity soared as she herself became more mysterious than her books. Despite all of this, the author herself never appeared in public, and everything about her was wrapped in a veil of secrecy. However, just a few days ago, this author had finally made a public appearance for a book signing, showing up with a mask that covered his face and drawing even more public attention. And yet, apparently even that had been a fake. Is she also fake? Given this person's radically unconventional track record, it was hardly a surprise to hear her casually insult her fans like this.
後ろ宮
Yoko
さんのことも
Real. I know quite a lot about you too, Ushinomiya Ange-san. Stella, why are you jumping up? It's way too early to be doing this.
ワイドショーでも随分いろいろやってましたから私もよく知っていますよ。
The talk shows have been discussing you for some time
ど
now.
うせろくな話じゃないわ。
I'm sure you've heard nothing good.
ええ、ろ
Yes,
くでもない話ばかりです。
nothing good at all.
気分一つで人を雇ったり
Stella, you're making
クビに
noise.
したり
Apparently, you'd employ and then fire people on a whim.
何でもお金で解決しようとする無法者の乱暴者だとか。
Think anything can be resolved with money and are an outlaw and a thug.
違いね
Yep, sounds about right.
でも
However,
私はあなたのような頭のいい人は嫌いではない。
I happen to like intelligent people like you.
だから会ってくれたんですか？
Is that why you agreed to meet with me?
え
Exactly.
え、伊藤育九郎0576が私
What?
八条東
Stella,
也の別の
don't
ペンネ
step
ーム
on my
だと見
keyboard.
破ったのはあなただけ。
You're the only person who's managed to spot that Itoikukuro 0576 is another pen name used by Hachijo Toya. What is this light novel ass pen name?
実に見事なるかな。
That's actually pretty impressive.
伊藤育九郎0576。
Itoikukuro
おか
0576.
しなハンドルネームだったわ。
It was a pretty strange username.
でも数字に直すと110億1996万576と読める。
However, if you match the Japanese syllables to numbers and say she's got numbers in her name, like I was saying, You can read it as 1-10-1996-0576. Oh no, not numbers again. So that's 11,019,960,576. This massive number is equal to 18 to the 8th power. 18 to the 8th power. In Japanese, Toya no Hachijo. Ah! Hey, didn't I say 18 and 8? That's how you read Hachijo. That's how you reach Hachijo Toya.
よくできました。
Very well done.
実に見事。
I was quite impressed.
そんなあなただ
In fact,
から私も直接会ってみたかったのです。
I was so impressed I decided to let you meet me in person.
ようこそ人の子よ。我が
Welcome.
邸宅へ。
Welcome to my mansion, child of man. Okay, yeah, she's way out there. Her manner of speaking was extremely condescending, but perhaps because of her elegant manner, it didn't feel particularly irritating. This person had a sort of majestic grandeur about her that made that style of speech seem almost natural. At least, that's how it felt to me. In fact, it almost felt as though this was the manifestation of some noble being who would have no need to show herself before mere humans under normal circumstances. This is definitely a great Ace Attorney character. Since I'm not particularly a fan of hers, I guess this is proof that her mysterious charisma really is nothing to be laughed at. However, I didn't come here to talk to Hachijo Toya, the mystery novelist. I'm interested in Itoi Kukuro 0576, the mysterious web author who only releases her works over the internet. Oh, it is a username. Around the Japanese parts of the internet, Itoi Kukuro is an extremely famous witch hunter. So witch hunters, we have learned, is people who are obsessed with solving the mystery of Rokonjima. However, she isn't a big opinion leader like Professor Otsuki, who we met in episode 4. Or Ryukishi 07 Battler, right. She's one of those message bottle forgers who were always the center of vigorous debate. Stella. What are you? You're being noisy. Message bottle forgers are, as the name suggests, people who forge and post the contents of riddle-filled message bottles which purport to tell the story of the Rokonjima incident. Mr. I read less than 100 books a year. Oh yeah, you remember that? Get his ass. Claiming to have discovered a new message bottle, they post either a very similar counterfeit or a new theory with their own interpretation of the truth, claiming that it was written by Ushiromiya Maria. You mean like episode 1? They openly call themselves Ushiromiya Maria, which I'm sure Ange takes issue with. Stella, leave my microphone alone. Write up a new bizarre tale as if they had been there themselves and knew the truth. He was smacking Fredo, one of the rare W's, big, rare, small W, I agree. And send their stories out into the newest sea that humans have discovered, the internet, calling them the third or fourth message bottles. All of the first forgers were either simple pranksters, or, well, this is really early internet if this is 1998. All of the first forgers were either simple pranksters or crooks trying to swindle collectors. Stella, stop that. However, eventually, people who claimed to solve the riddles of the message bottle's tales and reach the truth started to appear. and they started work creating third and fourth message bottles from Ushinomiya Maria, as though they had moved over to the riddle teller's side. Just before the Matrix. Coincidence? I think not. Stella, stop that. Stretch. Okay, I'll stretch and I'll extricate Stella from my desk. Oh, what is wrong with you? Okay, she jumped down of her own accord. That's better. Alright. Is she hungry? She shouldn't be, because I was actually late feeding her breakfast, so she ate more recently than usual. She does have a second feed time in an hour, but that's an hour from now, girl. I think she wants treats, as usual. I'll feed her in a bit. Alright. Third and fourth message bottles from Ushinomiya Maria, as though they had moved over to the riddle teller's side. These people rewrote the tale of the witch and whatever interpretation they wanted, and every once in a while certain theories would gather an enormous amount of support on the web. Cece's right, this is fan fiction. Because of this, some of these creations began to be so widely trusted that they were believed to contain some grain of truth. The more rigid witch hunters openly despise these peoples, calling them forgers, counterfeiters, or just witches. Though they claim to have reached the truth, they refused to tell it and created fake message bottles as though testing everyone else. It's no surprise that the serious witch hunters were very annoyed by these forgers. However, there were many people who simply liked to entertain themselves with the occult fantasy of Rokenjima. And a small number of those accepted these creations as literary works. Glad of this expansion to the mysterious tale, you mean like a 7th expansion? Of all the forgers, Ito Ikukuro was one of the most highly regarded.
End of the Golden Witch.
End of the Golden Witch. I read that one of yours. Wait, so last episode was just what she wrote? How do you know all that shit about Battler and Beato? You made up Erika? Okay, we gotta kill this girl because she made up Erika. It's nice to know you have no qualms about killing off other people's families. Is that why you came all this way? Just to say that? I think not, final descendant of the Ushinomiya family. In her latest forgery, End, she killed off at least 7 of my relatives during the story. Hey, that's less than usual. No, if you count Alliance and Banquet, the other forgeries she made before now. Wait, what? You wrote episode 4 and 3? Wait, but Ange, don't you find it creepy that she wrote you in the middle of your... Oh. That probably doesn't count the Ange stuff. Probably, like, this just counts that weird, thing where everybody was trolling Battler on the phone. Like, the actual murder on the island itself. It probably didn't have the Ange and Maria stuff. I mean, at least that's what I'm assuming, or else I'm sure Ange would find that very creepy. And the other forgeries she's made before now. Then she's killed off most of my family in horrible ways over and over again. Of course I'd want to complain. However, all of her works are known for being, in both form and level of completion, the closest tales to those written by Ushinomiya Maria herself. So I guess they're saying that was the first and second ones? Hey, what did you think of Banquet? Ange, did it hit close to home? In particular, Ito Ikukuro's first forgery, Banquet of the Golden Witch, was a depiction so complete that it even included Ushinomiya Eva's escape to Kuwadorion. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. People wondered whether this might be the true story of Rokenjima, and it even made it onto the talk shows. So far, all of these tales have been nothing more than electronic text on the web, almost like a visual novel that you could download. However, people will eventually realize that Ito Ikukuro is actually Hachijo Toya. When that happens, these tales will become associated with that bizarre Hachijo, and no one will think of them as mere fan creations. People will probably start wondering if this might actually be a third message bottle she found and released under the guise of a story she herself wrote. When that happens, these stories will probably seem even more bizarre and credible.
狡猾ですね。
You are cunning, aren't you?
どうして？
Why do you say that?
そうしてあなたは自分の偽書に神秘性と信憑性を与える。
You're doing this to make your forgeries more mysterious and more credible.
信憑性とは
And what do you mean by credible?
それを得てあなたの偽書は
Wait.
真実に昇華される。
There was something like that, right? In episode 4, they said there was a message bottle, and then people thought it was a fluke, and then a second one washed up. So is that the first 2 episodes? So those might be the quote-unquote legit ones, coming from like somebody crying for help, maybe. Or to put their ideas out there. Hello, Rip. We're talking with this author lady and the implications here. I wish I could remember the credits to, you could say that. Okay, Cece. Therapy went well. You ready for Umineko? Yay! I'm glad you can like cool down from therapy here. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Once you've gained credibility, your forgeries will rise to the level of truth.
昇華
Rise to the level of truth?
愚かしい。
How foolish.
そんなもの私の作品には必要ありません。
Such a thing is unnecessary for my
な
works.
ぜならあなたの作品は偽書ではなく真実だか
Is that because your works are the truth and not mere forgeries?
ええ
Correct.
真実なのですから昇華など不要。
They are the truth, so there's no need for them to rise into anything.
あなたはマリアお姉ちゃんじゃない。
You aren't Maria One-chan.
ましてやあの日の六軒
Your
島にも
stories
存在
could
しない
become canon. Lol, now they already are canon. They were episodes 3, 4, and 5 of the game. And you weren't on Rokenjima that day.
なのにどうして真実などとおこがましいことを
So how can you be so absurd as to call this the truth?
王女、頭に血が上りすぎですぜ。
Missy, you're getting a bit too stirred up.
うるさいわね。私のどこがそうだってのよ。
Shut up. How can you call this stirred up? Yeah, you calling her Missy. Oh, yes, Cece? Ange realized that she'd let her emotions get control over her. She let out a sigh and
あ
shrugged.
なたがここへ来た理由は
Your reason for coming
親
here.
族を義書の中で何度も殺めた私をなじるためではないでしょ。
It wasn't to yell at me for murdering your family several times within my forgeries, correct? Battler's pervy jokes basically disappear after episode 2 because they're written by different authors. I mean, isn't the implication now that they were all written by one author, this woman? Is she lying? Not in real life, but like in universe, I think. Which makes it even more impressive that they all might have been written with by one dude. The meta-futuristic verse, yeah. Your reason for coming here. It wasn't to yell at me for murdering your family several times within my forgeries, correct? Oh, you were straight up not listening to what she was saying, like right now, or when you were first reading this? In Anja's non-burger verse? Ah! Yes. Hachijo had been smiling at Ange kindly. Right now, you're not listening to her. Yeah, she said she wrote, or Ange even said she wrote 3, 4, and 5. Hachijo had been smiling at Ange kindly, but in a condescending manner. I know, right? I'm glad to see Ange again because she died in such ignominy and then joked about it. I know, it was so bad. I mean, you can kind of tell it's written by one dude because everyone talks the same way like they're Shakespeare. Ha! Also, hi. Yes, that's true. I didn't mean so much as how the characters talked, but like just thinking of and attempting to write each episode like somebody else wrote it. You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty ambitious. But in a condescending manner. Or else like a mother might watch over a very small child. Ange realized this and was unable to suppress her irritation. Apparently, Amakusa could tell that Ange was getting worked up. Seems technically demanding. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, especially for fanfic, yeah. He joked around with her for a bit so that they could start the conversation over again from the beginning. You know what? That makes a bit of sense. Like, for whatever reason, I was engaging a bit more with the mysteries of the first two, and then kind of with the third one. But the fourth and fifth ones were kind of losing me a bit. I wasn't as interested in solving the actual murder bits, and I know not everyone feels that way. I know there are some people who think like fifth is the best because it's like, oh, murder mystery like and stuff, but I really didn't feel that way. Maybe I could tell on some level. Because I knew it was about Beatrice's identity. Which means if we really want to look for Beatrice's identity on the game board as opposed to like the meta, because I assume the meta talk is not in these message bottles. Because why the hell would somebody random write about that? It's like you didn't care about the scenario that was being presented. I guess I didn't mean to not care, but yeah. I was trying with some stuff like the phone calls in episode 4. And the true identity of the kid the baby from 19 years ago in episode 5. What if Eva got the gold? What if Maria got powers? What if Natsuhi got blackmailed? Yeah, that's about right. The whole thing is about Beatrice, and it's true. I am more interested in the Beatrice stuff. Right, the other thing was, de-empathize for more Ange and Erika, respectively. Bits and pieces of different angles. Yeah. Probably more complicated than that, yeah. I think also because I was more entertained by Beatrice stuff. And the height of that, I feel like, was in 2. Although, I will say, in 3, it was pretty damn fun when, when it turned out that Beatrice was tricking Battler. That was pretty damn fun. In the whole game? Or having to do with Beatrice? Like Eva finding the gold. The gold! Like, I really like that. I like the big witch battle between Beatrice and Virgilia. Both of those were in 3. I really liked Beatrice, like, basically, like, gloating at beating Battler's ass in debates in episode 2. And then, of course, him being naked on all fours and her, like, dragging him around with a dog collar. George dying because he failed to open a box. That was a pretty good scene. That was also the scene where Beatrice lost her mind at Shannon, and which made me think, like, what's going on there, Beatrice? And, so, like, as far as Beatrice, also, I was pretty bamboozled by the twist at the end of episode 3, so that was fun too. So I'd say, like, the highest highs for me have been in episode 3, but yeah, no problem. I mean, there's a lot. I guess in episode 4, the scene where Ange was, Rudolph? Oh yeah! Rudolph and Kirie versus Eva Beatrice. I did like that too. I did also like that scene. Like, the sea being blue. Yay! Yeah, the sea being blue is pretty memorable. And Banto saving Battler from Eva's messed up truth. Ah! I guess a lot of my favorite scenes usually don't have to do with the game board. Oh yeah, of course, Rosa versus the Goat Butlers, I feel like, is pretty iconic. In that it's like, they have never gotten more exciting than that. Or it's been hard for them to get more exciting than that. It's pretty cool. I agree. But I've noticed that my favorite scenes usually don't have to do with the game board except for Eva finding the gold. So maybe Toya Hachijo was kind of going off when she wrote about Eva finding the gold. Battler becoming the Golden Witch, that was cool. I did like the scene when he, like, took the sword out of himself and was like lamenting over Beatrice, but it made me want to know all the context so I could feel that even better. There's some great scenes in the game because they're the Natsuhi on the game board. Just in general. Just in general. Maria losing her keys and all that happened. Oh, yeah. Oh! Damn. I don't know if it was like my favorite scene, but that scene when Rosa ripped up Sakutaro in the aftermath, that was pretty intense. Oh, Jessica giving Natsuhi the scorpion charm, that was cool. Yeah. Writing, acting, and drama, yeah, I agree. It was like, wow. I agree. Yeah! There's been good stuff. But yeah, a lot of that doesn't have anything to do with the game board. Interestingly. At least the stuff I was talking about. Alright. He really, really knows how to write abuse, for better or worse, right? Oh, man. The House of Cards crumbled because of one mistake, yeah. Like, anyone could write something cartoonishly over the top. The scenes with Rosa are so, yeah. What I find really fascinating is something I want to uncover, like some of the stuff going on beneath the surface. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing the truth. So maybe I shouldn't speak on this too deeply. But I'm really impressed by how well he writes women. Like, compared to a lot of other male writers. But the funny thing is like, whenever he applies stuff that you know that he likes, it gets kind of corny and funny. Like the fashion and the petan, like otaku sort of stuff. And like, oh, cute girls kind of things. Then it gets kind of funny and corny in a way he probably didn't mean. But writing them actually as people and being serious, he does a really, really, really impressive job. His interest slipping out, yeah. Like, that stuff I don't know so much about, but when it comes to like serious scenes, like it's very, very impressive. All right. Speaking of which, no pun intended. He joked around with her for a bit so that they could start the conversation over again from the beginning. Wow, Max is really good at diffusing situations.
あなたが私に聞きたいのは
The thing you came here to hear.
私の至った真実でしょ
It's the truth that I've reached, is it not?
どうして真実に至ったと確信を
Why are you so sure that you've reached the truth?
すべての物語を理解したからです
Because I've understood all of the tales.
だからどうしてそうだと確信を
And I'm asking you why you're so sure about that.
太陽が地球の周りを回っていたことはあると思いますか
Do you think the sun ever revolved around the Earth? Hachijo suddenly started talking about the geocentric model. Ange was about to tell her not to answer questions with more questions, but she quickly realized what Hachijo meant.
かつて人間は天動説を支持していた
Humans used to support
し
geocentrism.
かし近代それは否定されることとなる
However, that theory has been disproved in the modern age.
なら否定された瞬間に太陽は動きを止め地球がその周りを回り始めたというのだろうか
Does this mean that, at the instant the theory was denied, the sun stopped moving and the Earth started revolving around the sun?
そんなわけもない
Of course not.
人間が何を信じようと真実は変わらない
The truth doesn't change based on what humans believe.
ならば今
It It's the same with this case.
あなたが私の真実を否定するのは、つまりはそういうこと。
Your denying my truth amounts to the same thing. Well, it's still rather presumptuous. Several scholars before Galileo proposed the heliocentric model. Ange, do you know about the Battler's White Horse theory? What? Several scholars before Galileo proposed the heliocentric model. However, it was hard to objectively prove it using the scientific techniques available at the time. However, that didn't change the fact that it was the truth. And yet, it moves.
真実はその立証のいかにかかわらず真実だと。
So, you're saying the truth is still the truth, whether you can prove it or not?
そうです。
Correct.
これより未来、
In the future,
やがて全ての真実が明らかになった時、
when the full truth finally becomes known,
私がすでに真実に至っていたと遡って人々は気がつくでしょう。
people will look back and realize that I had already discovered it. Apparently, Ange just couldn't stand Hachijo's attitude. She kept getting irritated, and every time Amakusa would joke around until she settled down again. Man. However, there could be no mistake that Hachijo was a genius, and had used her extraordinary intuition to form a most interesting perspective on the events that had occurred on that island. That was why Ange had wanted to contact Itoi Kukuro and hear about her viewpoint. Still, she was really lucky to have been granted this meeting. Ange hadn't been absolutely sure that Itoi Kukuro was Hachijo Toya. She hadn't thought that the publishing company would really contact the author. And most of all, she hadn't dreamed that the mysterious masked author would grant her an interview under such short notice. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that the sum of events leading to this meeting made for nothing short of a miracle, so she can't fuck it up. Yes, a miracle. After all, in most cases, I don't get contacted by the publishing company at all and leave for Nijima the next day. Wait, are you saying that these are all sorts of different timelines? Huh? I left for Nijima, then I went on to Rokenjima. Was she realizing that was a weird thing to think? Then I gave One-chan Sakutaro, episode 4. Hold up. Huh? You're having a zero escape moment. Why would I have Sakutaro? 'Cause you found him at the shop. The sleep shop. Oh, I like that Lethal Company dance emote. Ange is having a moment. Hello, Rep. My memory of the future is all muddled. The morphogenetic field is communicating with Ange. Sourdough bread and fries. Aw, that rules. Let's go. I love sourdough bread. People fail to properly appreciate it. It is very good. My memory of the future is all muddled. My head hurts. Hachijo said something about showing Ange something good, rose from the sofa, and headed for the study desk. When she turned her back, Amakusa asked Ange, who seemed to be troubled about something, if she was okay.
ねえ、天草。
Hey, Amakusa,
私っていつからここにいるの？
how long have I been here?
はあ
What?
さっきから様子がおかしいですぜ。
You've been acting weird for a while now.
何事ですかい？
What's going on?
私、いつからここに座ってるのか記憶がないの。
I can't remember how long I've been sitting here.
まだ寝ぼけてんですかい？
Are you still sleepy?
そうじゃなくて、
It's not it.
だって私は確か大月教授とはアポイントが取れてたけど、伊藤育九郎の件では出版社から返事がなくて。
I mean, I managed to get an appointment with Professor Otsuki, but the publishing company never got back to me about Itoi Kukuro.
結局この日は一日何もできなかったんじゃなかったっけ？
And in the end, I spent the whole of today unable to accomplish anything, I thought.
は？
Huh?
天草はあの大きな黒いバッグを受け取りに行ったんじゃなかったっけ？
Amakusa, I thought you went to go get that large black bag. You know, the one that definitely doesn't have a huge gun in it that he used to kill Sumadera and her bodyguards. That's right. Just before we left for Nijima, Amakusa and I briefly parted ways. He said something about getting a weapon from an acquaintance of his, and he went to go get that large black bag. Wasn't that today? What am I talking about? You're having an Uchikoshi moment. I mean, didn't I go to Nijima, meet Captain Kawabata, and inside the bed shop? Huh? You found Sakutaro. What?
どうしました？
Is something wrong? Did my confusion and uncertainty make me sigh out loud? Even though Hachijo's back was to me, she slowly turned around and smiled as though she had peered into my heart.
いいえ、何も。
No, it's nothing. Strange memories. Ones that even I can't understand. Wow, Angie's having a weird one today. I tried to hide my confusion, but for some reason, Hachijo had a strange glint in her eyes, as though she could read my mind.
私は何冊もの記書の
Now
中で
this girl
何
is
度
a
もあなたのご
witch.
親族を
Damn.
蘇らせては殺す。
I have revived and killed your family several times within various forgeries,
まるで魔女のように。
almost as a witch might.
好きなだけ蘇らせて好きなだけ殺す。
Reviving and killing them whenever you like,
無限に。
endlessly.
まるでベアトリーチェね。
Sounds almost like Beatrice, doesn't it?
ええ。
Yes, it
だ
does.
から私はやはりネット上で彼らがそう呼ぶように
So please follow the lead of all those people on the
魔
web
女なのかと思って。
and consider the possibility that I might be a witch. She took a thickly packed brown envelope out of a locked drawer. It appeared to be filled to bursting with pages of printed out text. Perhaps this was a manuscript for one of her works. And the neat letters written with a fountain pen on the envelope spelled out the word Dawn. Dawn of the Golden Witch? There is no forgery by the name of Dawn. Which must mean... Ange could tell. This was a new one. Hachijo's newest, unreleased forgery.
ドーン・オブ・ザ・ゴールデン・ウィッチ。
Dawn of the Golden Witch.
すべてを知る私にはすべてが退屈。
For one such as I, who knows everything, everything is boring. Well, that doesn't seem the case for my people in chat, who seem to very much enjoy reading through Umineko several times and seeing other streamers react to it.
しかし何も知らぬ無知にそれを読ませ、何がしかの反応を得ることは嫌いではない。
However, I don't dislike letting the ignorant read my works to see what kind of reaction they
だ
have.
からあなたに読んでほしい。
And so, I want you to read it. You can't say something about Toya's design because it's a spoiler? Well, I did notice, she's got Rosa's hair, and her dress kind of looks like... like some of the witches, like kind of like Maria's dress a bit in her witch form. And so, I want you to read it.
新しい無限の魔女としての新作を
You want me to read your newest work, which you've created as the new Endless Witch?
そうです。人の子よ。
Correct, child of man. Hold on a second. No, not what I thought.
あなたが憤慨し
Unless it's this thing will be real in 2 seconds.
それは私
Can
の
you spoil me if she's single? Oh, you're going for it. You're going for Toya Tao? Whether you resent it or admire it, you can help me forget my illness for a time. Oh no, not like Burn Castle. Her illness of boredom. Hmm. Stella, stop that. You like to weigh your options? Okay. Let's put an end to this farce, shall we?
あんたは誰
Who are you?
私の記憶にこんな出会いはないわ
I don't remember ever meeting you like this. Yes, I did try to contact Tachijo Toya. However, in the end, I never got a chance to meet her. In other words, all of this is a
今
falsehood.
度は私は誰の子
Whose piece am I this time? Oh,
悪いけ
cool.
どこの後ろ宮エンジェ
Oh ho ho. Sorry, but if you think you can tame Ushiromiya Ange so
飼い
easily,
ならせると思ったら大間違いよ
you're making a big mistake. What if she's just laughing to say you sound crazy right now?
やはりそなたは面白いかな
Yes, I hoped you'd be this interesting. Half the time you have no idea what's going on, so you be the judge, I guess. Yeah, real. Damn, Shadowbringer Sith Ladeus. Stella, don't step on my keyboard. She finally couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. Gradually, the space around them seemed to fill with a strange purple mist. The room itself seemed to twist and bend. Her figure also twisted, and after transforming through something that couldn't be described, she took the form of what she had just called herself, a witch.
見事な
Splendid. Why has she got a military badge on and a fucked up kimono and detached? Stella, stop.
よくぞ
Splendid.
私を見破った
You did well to see through my trick.
私ってつくづく魔女に好かれる性分ね
It seems I'm the type that witches just love to cling to.
あんたたちに特徴的などこか人を舐めた口調
All of you have that same condescending tone towards other
すぐに
people.
魔女だって分かったわ
I figured you were a witch right away. The novelist sitting on the sofa was nowhere to be seen. Even Anja's bodyguard, who was supposed to be around at times like this, was gone. Stella! There was only a non-human figure relaxing in a large, ornate rocking chair.
面白きかな人の子よ
I find you to be truly interesting, child of man. She looks like I could roll for her in Fate Grand Order.
愉快なり それでこそ我が退屈にふさわしい。
Your charming nature is the perfect thing to alleviate my boredom. Oh yeah, now even louder is she single.
こっちは全然愉快じゃないわ。
Yeah, well, I don't see anything charming about
どうして
this.
私は生きてるの？
Why am I alive?
私は名前を明かしたルール違反でひどい殺され方をしたと思ってたけど。
Wasn't I killed in a pretty nasty way for breaking the rule about revealing my name? Not Angeberger! Well, I did doubt that those people would just let me go so easily. What kind of farce will I be forced to go along with this time? I really don't care. I'll just do whatever I can within the bounds of the role they give me. Whatever I can to help Oni-chan. Of course I understand. Even if he wins, he'll never come back to me.
でもね、あがくわよ。
Even so, I'll struggle on. I'll make sure Oni-chan comes back to the me
あ
of
の
that
日の
day.
私のところへお兄ちゃんを返すためにね。
そう生きり立たずともよい。
No need to lose your temper. Oh, so she's a Higurashi. Okay. She appears in Higurashi Go or Sotsu, but it goes under a fake name under Ewa. Interesting. No need to lose your
私
temper.
がそなたに求める役割は駒ではない。
I am not asking you to be a piece.
じゃあ何の用で呼び出したの？
Then why did you summon me here? She's retroactively Higurashi. She appeared here first? Or no? She's an Umineko but appears in Higurashi like Burn and Lambda. Gotcha. Then why did you summon me here? But she's 100% based on Higurashi's Hanyu. Oh. Isn't she a little girl with like way lighter purple hair? Interesting. Then why did you summon me here?
あんたの書いたとかいう新しい物語を読めとでも言う気じゃないでしょうね。
Don't tell me you want me to read this new story or whatever it is you've written.
その通りだ。
That's it
そなた
exactly.
に望むのは駒ではない。
I do not want you to be my piece.
もとより私は傍観者。
I've always been a mere observer,
あやつらのゲームにちょっかいを出す気など。
and I have no intention of sticking my neck into their game. I didn't realize that. So she was an Umineko first. Gotcha. So I bet when she appeared, the real Higurashi heads were freaking out, huh?
意味わかんないわ。
I don't get it.
あんたは私に何を期待してるの？
What is it you want from me?
私のためにベアトリーチェの紡ぐかけらの観測者であれ。
Be an observer for me. An observer of the fragments Beatrice has woven.
観測者？
An observer?
よくわかんないけど、お断りよ。
I don't really know what you mean, but no deal.
かつて
In the past,
私はバトラを通してかけらを鑑賞していた。
I observed the fragments through Battler's eyes.
しかし彼がゲームマスターを継承した今、観測者としてふさわしくないのだ。
However, now that he has succeeded the position of Game Master, he is not a suitable observer. Without spoiling too much, one of the characters gives her the name Ewa because she refuses to give her actual name. I mean, Hachijo Toya also sounds pretty fake. She's probably not literally the same character, or rather, you don't need to consider anything about Higurashi when theorizing for Umineko. Oh, okay, that's good.
私は心より純粋な気持ちで物語を追っている。
I am following this tale with true and earnest intentions, just like me!
その私にとって今のバトラを通して観測することはさながら 推理小説を逆さに読むにも等しい興ざめ。
It would be a waste to observe it through the eyes of Battler as he is now, like reading a detective novel backwards. We can't spoil everything for you guys. You guys still need to guess some shit. There was an interview saying they were the same person, but it's been a long time since you saw it. Oni-chan is the game master? What on earth are you talking about?
さっぱりだろう。
Of course you don't
知りたいで
know.
あろ
You want to know, don't
う。
you?
私も知りたい。
I too wish to know
バト
something.
ラがゲームマスターを継承し、紡ぐ物語がどのようなものか。
A quote on Reddit versus an interview. Who will win? Rikishi said that Sotsu is a remake, but actually a sequel to the original, so who knows what the man's is thinking. Okay, that's fair. What kind of tale will Battler weave now that he has taken the position of game
そして
master?
バトラが至ったという真実がどのようなものか、私の自らの思考の旅で追いたいのだ。
Furthermore, I wish to search for the truth Battler reached as a part of my own mental journey. Me too, girl. That's also how I feel.
私は病が深きに
My illness affects me gravely. Is that still
考
boredom?
えば鼓動を続けることさえかなわ
If I do not think, I cannot even keep my heart beating.
つま
What now? This whole thing was a witch's illusion all along. And I guess Ange is gonna be our new Battler trying to figure shit out now that Battler's figured everything out. Burger King Part 2. No! I think she saved her from being Hamburger. Or something. When second takes on OCs were big in our group, so she's like a wave 2? I see how it is. Not that Ange got unburgered, but rather that like she's been brought back, revived. I don't know. Yukie and Tukie were different characters in different setting, intrinsically linked. Okay, I see. I see, like that.
あ
So,
んたは新しい絵本を
second Battler stops
私
being
に
an
朗
L.
読してもらいたいって
He's not the protagonist anymore. Katie, that's insane. Well, if part of so if he knows all the answers, that means he can spoil all the readers, right? So how do we go about the rest of Umineko without spoiling all the readers on everything? So, you want me to read your new picture book aloud to you?
そういう解釈でよい。
You might as well interpret it that
見
way.
返りにそなたもまた自由に思考を旅することができる。
Oh, it's a glove? That's so weird. Weird outfit. In exchange, you will also be able to take part in your own journey of the
そな
mind.
たとて未だ真相には至っていないは
I do believe that even you have yet to reach
ず。
the
続けたい
truth.
はずだ。
I think you want to continue
真相を知る旅よ。
on the journey to find that truth.
あんたに得をさせる義理がないわ。
I don't know you
生
anything.
きがるな。
Don't push your luck.
私は時に寛大だが、多くの場合そうではない。
Miss Rokenjima 1998. I know, why the green sash? Why the military badge on it? Yeah, look, she doesn't have a name tag on her. Don't push your luck. I can be lenient at times, and that is usually not the case. Ange hadn't yet reached the truth either. Battler reached the truth, but the readers didn't. So we need another protag to hold our hand. Ah! Ange hadn't yet reached the truth either. Though she knew that this game was little more than a toy for the witches to play with, she wanted it to resume so that she could follow the tale and close in on the king called Truth.
私は私が真実に至るために物語を追うかもしれないけれど
The girls are fighting. I might follow the tale so that I can find the truth myself.
あんたのために最後まで朗読する義理はないわ
But I have no obligation to read it aloud until the end for your
意味
sake.
はわかる
Understand? Ange was willing to read the story aloud, but she could quit any time if this witch made her mad. She was, in effect, warning the witch not to annoy her.
無論だ。
Usoda! Of course.
絵本と称したが、私にとっては死に至る病への唯一の薬。
No. But also, this might not be the reality we think it is. We don't know what's going on anymore. That was the assumption before, but now, since it was a witch illusion, now it's all fucked up. Of course. You call it a picture book. This is a Wendy's. But to me, this is the only medicine for a fatal illness.
そなたの介添えなくして飲むこともできぬもの。
I cannot take that medicine without you to assist
す
me.
なわち、
Please
総
be
理
my
強制
beta reader. In other words, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement.
あんたが寝入るまで私に本を
So you're telling me to read you a book until you fall asleep,
その代わり私にも読むことを許す
and in exchange you'll let me read it too.
そういうことね
Is that right? Stella, be careful. She really wants to be fed. Oh, it is time to feed her. Is that right?
そうだ。
Precisely.
引き受けてくれるならば、し
You're
ばし
willing to accept.
私の朗読者に任ずる。
I shall ask that you become my reader for a
偉
time.
そうな役職名だけど所詮はただの本読みでしょ
Well, it's nice to get my own title, but all you really want me to do is read books, right?
私の朗読者であるということは、私の使いであるということ。
Becoming my reader means the same thing as becoming my familiar. Uh-oh, that's a subservient role. That sounds a little annoying to Ange.
すなわち、そなたへの干渉は私への干渉。
In other words, what is done against you will be done against
私
me.
はベアトリーチェの物語の続きを読みたいという唯一の興味を何者にも邪魔されることを許さぬ。
I will not permit anyone to disrupt my only interest, that being to read the rest of Beatrice's
そ
tale.
なたをもてあそんだベルンカステルもラムダデルタも
Katie, overhearing parts you liked, you might like stuff that goes on in episode 8 is whoa. I'm so excited. You don't even know, Rep. Oh boy. I will not let Burncastle, Lambda Delta,
ベアトリーチェさえもそなたに対して一切の強制力を持つことは許さない。
or even Beatrice force anything upon you. Stella's jumping down. Okay. I need to feed Stella, so I'll be right back. This is episode 6, that is correct. Be right back. Alright. The witch, who seemed to have an almost divine quality to her, spoke both quietly and forcefully. There was no threat in her words. However, even so, it was clear that she was on a different level than Burncastle and the other witches, and not at all to be taken lightly. Well, they're already way, way high up there, so this is a lot.
本を読ませる代わりに私を保護してくれると？
So, you'll offer me protection if I agreed to read your book?
無論だ。
Of course.
私は朗読を望んでいる。
What I want is for you to read aloud to me.
それを邪魔する者は何人であれ許しはしない。
I will not spare any who attempt to stand in the way of that.
私の態度が横柄に感じるならば謝ろう。人の子よ。
It's very wild so far. If my attitude seems arrogant to you, allow me to apologize, child of man.
私はこれでもそなたに最大の敬意を持って語りかけている。
It may not seem so, but I am speaking to you with the utmost respect.
みたいね。
Yeah, probably.
その魔女らしい口調さえどうやらあんたの中では数百年ぶりに見せた敬意って感じ
Stretch.
がする。
Ooh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Ooh, stretch, stretch. Thank you. No shrimping. Oh, real. Alright, I shall unshrimp. I get the feeling that even that witch-like style of speech is the most respect you've shown anyone in the last few centuries.
そなたは本を読むとき、本によろしくお願いしますと語りかけてから表紙をめくるか。
When you're reading a book, do you tell it thank you very much before flipping through the pages?
そういうことよね。
I guess it is like
理
that.
解したわ。
I understand. Just by agreeing to have a conversation with Ange, she was showing an incredible amount of respect and willingness to compromise. Are you telling me I won't be turned into a Dave's double from Wendy's? Oh, that's my order. You can't ruin my order by putting Ange in it. No. She was showing an incredible amount of respect and willingness to compromise. Anne shrugged, but she also nodded to show her consent.
いいわ。
Sure,
あんたの朗読者を引き受ける。
I'll be your reader.
あんたが私に同意を求めた時点で
I see that you showed a ton of respect
最大の敬意を表したことを理解したわ。
just by asking for my consent first.
良き理解だ、人の子よ。
You understand well, child of man. Did they put her in here yet? They did. Or it's just Hachijo Toya still. Yeah, it hasn't been updated. My name's Ange,
人の子だかタケノコだか呼ぶのはやめて。
not child of man or whatever.
良いだろう。
Very well.
私が敬意を示すことの証に、そなたの名を認めよう。
As proof of my respect for you, I will acknowledge your name. For her, acknowledging a human's name was like acknowledging the names of all the leaves scattered across the ground. So, her acknowledging Ange's name was a miracle. No, it was immensely good fortune.
これよりそなた、後ろ宮エンジェを
From this point on, Ushidomiya Ange.
還暦の魔女、フェザ
Oh!
リーノ・アウグストス・アウローラの巫女にして、
Goodness
朗読者
gracious.
に任ずる。
From this point forth, Ushidomiya Ange will serve as reader and Miko to the Witch of Theater Going, Featherine Augustus Aurora. You can now say her name, Featherine Augustus Aurora. What the hell? That looks so funny, written out like that. Oh, real. Maybe my favorite show. Meet Featherine. This is Featherine. What the hell kind of name? Also, she does look like she's going to a beauty pageant. Look at this. Wild. All right. The majestic witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating. She has tired of life after 1,000 years and constantly repeats a cycle of life and death. That sounds very Higurashi. In the past, she served as the master for numerous games as a legendary witch. But her legend, glory, and memory have already disappeared into the past and been forgotten. Only the solemn medal she wears on her chest retains those memories. Is that medal also a Higurashi thing? I know there's like military shit. The horseshoe-shaped object floating around her head is a memory aid device. Huh? It records her name, appearance, and other aspects of her personality. She is so old that she would not be able to preserve her own individuality without this. So she's fucking she's such a grandma, she's got a cane. Look at this. Her fucking grandma cane that she's gonna trip over her dress with because it's pressing into her dress. Wow. Featherine Augustus Aurora. Until you finish reading. I shall bring calamity to all who attempt to hinder your task. When the Witch of Theater Going, Featherine, spoke this, Ange was wrapped in a bright light. Could be easily interpreted as commemorating the writing of Higurashi, but I'm not sure she... You think she's a self-insert? Ange was wrapped in a bright light. Ange didn't feel any particular change herself, but she definitely had been given something that only non-humans could sense. It signified that from this point forward, Ange would be attached to the Witch of Theater Going. That didn't mean that Ange would gain some sort of special power, but at the very least it probably meant that anyone wanting to cause her harm would first have to take on Featherine herself. No more Ange Burger! Let's fucking go! Your name is pretty long. Sounds like some ancient Roman person. What should I call you? Those not familiar with me call me Augustus Aurora, but it just says, it says Featherine on your nameplate. After all the respect you've shown me, it's only fitting that I respond in kind. I'll call you Featherine. Any problems? None at all. For an ailing witch such as myself, even being called by my first name will be an experience to be treasured and pondered over. Child of man. I have a name. It's Ange. Even conversations like this are nice every once in a while. Ange, my Miko. Ange accepted her role. She would observe this tale with the Witch of Theater Going. The curtain was rising on the sixth tale. Yeah, I had never seen her before. At one time, only Beato and her fellow witches had gathered in the smoking room to chat. Now, however, an unusually large number of people were present.
バトラーは一体どういうゲームを見せてくれるのかしらね。
I wonder what kind of game Battler is going to show us.
それが退屈を忘れさせ、
I don't care what.
壊しがいあるものなら何でも歓迎よ。
As long as it's fun enough to relieve my boredom as I crush it.
お任せください、我が主。
Leave everything to me, my master!
必ずや主の望まれる結果となるよう最善を尽くします。
I will perform to my fullest and give you the results you desire.
ええ、そうしてね。
Yeah, you'd better.
前回のゲームではおかしな表情ばかり見せちゃったから。
I kept making strange faces all the time last game thanks to you.
頬が歪んで変なシワにならないか不安だわ。
Thought I might start getting wrinkles.
そんなことはありません。
There's no need to
ど
worry.
んなおシワができようとも我が主の美貌は完璧です。
The beauty of your face is without peer, no matter how wrinkly it may get. Uh-oh, you slipped up.
ベルンがこんなにも楽しそうなんてね。
It's rare to see Burn in such high spirits.
本当にベアとのゲーム版は素晴らしいわ。
Beato's game board really is something else.
そのゲーム版の主がもはや不在なのは悲しいことです。
How sad it is that the master of this game board is no longer with us.
虎は死んで皮を残す。
A tiger dies and leaves behind its
ベ
hide.
アも死んでゲームを残したわ。
Looks like Beato has died and left behind her game.
チェスは残ってもその作者の名は残ってないわね。
Even though chess still exists, no one knows the name of the person who invented it.
あ、本当だ。
Oh, you're right!
ゲームの作者って不憫ね。
Poor game creators! Wow, us playing a video game.
それにしてもバトラさんは随分待たせるじゃないですか。
Come to think of it, Battler-san is really keeping us waiting, isn't he?
第6のゲームの準備まだ終わらないんですか？
Is he still setting up the sixth game?
ガートルード、
Gertrude,
トラ教の準備はいかがです？
how are Lord Battler's preparations progressing? For your attention,
謹んで申し上げる。
I beg to inform you of the following.
もうじきのことと知りたまえと立てまつるものなり。
Know that he will be finished very soon.
待たせるってことはそれだけ自信作なんでしょうよ。
He must have a lot of confidence in what he's creating to keep us waiting this
前
long.
回我が主の前であれだけの恥をかかされたんです。
You really humiliated me in front of my master last
是が
time.
非でも打ち破ってみせます。
I'll defeat him no matter what it takes.
特にあんた二度と無様を見せないでくださいよ。
And you in particular. Make sure you don't screw up again.
奮起して臨む。
Yeah, for failing to block the window, right? I will meet the challenge with all of my strength. The previous game master, Lambda Delta, had confirmed that Battler understood everything about Beato's game. However, in order to prove it, Battler would have to run this game by himself and carry it through to completion. In other words, if Erika could crush this game of Battler's, she would, in effect, wipe away the dishonor of that last game. Though Erika was chomping at the bit to get started, it was taking Battler quite some time to show himself. Then, a swarm of gold butterflies swelled out of nothing and formed a human shape. From the shape of that familiar dress Everyone realized who it was immediately. Look at that vacant expression on her face. What a freak.
ベアトリーチェさんじゃないですか。
Oh, look, it's Beatrice-san.
てっきり前回死んで消えたとばかり。
And I thought you died and disappeared last time.
消えたのはプレイヤーのベアト。
Beato the player is the one who disappeared.
こいつは駒でしょ。バトル。
This is probably just a piece. Battler's piece.
駒ではあってもご本人と変わりありません。
Even if she is a piece, it does not change the fact that it is her. Beatrice gave an elegant curtsy as she appeared. This humble entrance was so vastly different from her usual high-pitched laugh. Yeah, who the fuck is this? That it created a sense of tension as they waited for the start of the 6th game to be announced at last.
お父様はもうじきお越しになられます。
Oh my god, kill it with fire. Father will be here very soon.
どうかもうしばらくのお時間をお許しください。
I ask that you wait for just a short while longer.
お父様、何それ？
Her face. Father, what's
そ
that?
れが今回の思考？
This game's new twist on things? Not only had Beato started talking in an unusually polite manner, she had also used the word father, probably referring to Battler. Oh my god, Battler, stop it right now. For an instant, everyone was stunned into silence, but they quickly realized that this was part of something bigger and they grinned. Beato wasn't the type who could keep up this kind of act for long. It would probably fall apart in a few seconds, leaving her laughing and cackling rudely at everyone. Erika, who was itching for a fight, went for Beato almost at once.
まさか無能のバトラさんが
I never expected that incompetent
あなたの
Battler-san.
ゲームの真相に至るなんてね。
You reached the truth of your game.
お父様なればこそ深淵を理解されたのでしょう。
It must be Father's talent that led him to this profound understanding.
さすがだと思います。
He really is clever. And not an L, not a fucking idiot.
しかしあんたもラッキーです。
You're pretty lucky, aren't you?
バトラとゲームマスターになれなかったら二度と復活できなかったんですよ。
If Battler hadn't become Game Master, you would never have revived again.
まったく悪運が強いと言いますか。
You certainly have the luck of the devil.
悪
The devil?
運？まあいずれにせよ。
In any
前回
case,
の借りはきっちり返させてもらいますよ。
I'm going to pay you back in full for last time.
あんたというバトラの妄想幻想きっちり消し去って忘却の深淵に叩き落としてやりますから。
You're just one of Battler's delusions, fantasies. I'll erase every part of you and knock you down into the abyss of oblivion.
私もみすみすやられるわけには参りません。
Well, I also intend to hold my own.
お手柔らかによろしくお願いいたします。
I, look forward to having a good, clean fight. Hey, she's talking like Shannon. Hashtag blame Shannon real. I can't believe Dan's not here for this. By this point, everyone realized that something weird was going on. There was no doubt that the face, the dress, and the hair were all Beatrice's. However, her expression was different. Even though she had Beato's face, Beato would never show anyone an expression like that.
誰よ、あんた。
Just who are you? There was a heavy silence. Lambda Delta spoke for everyone there. At first, Beato wore a smiling yet confused expression. The whole squad is here. However, when she realized that the mood had gone suddenly stiff, her expression finally darkened and she hung her head. Who are you?
ベアトリーチェ教とお見受けしていますが、違うのですか？
You appear to be Lady Beatrice, but is that true? Even Delanner was forced to ask despite the rudeness of the question. That was how much this woman, who appeared to be Beato, was not.
皆さんの期待されるベアトリーチェとは
Am I somehow different from the
違うでし
Beatrice
ょう
that all of you were expecting?
か？あんた、何言ってんの？
What are you talking about? Don't worry, B, they're just as disturbed.
まさかとは思いますが、
Wait a second.
記憶喪失とかなんとか言い出すんじゃないでしょうね。
Don't tell me you have amnesia or something.
私はまだ生まれたばかりですので、記憶は何もありません。
I was only born recently, so I have no memories at all.
ですが、
But
皆さんの期待されるベアトリーチェになれるよう、いろいろと勉強を。
I'm studying hard in order to become the Beatrice you all expect. Beato,
部屋にいるように言ったはずだ。
I thought I told you to stay in your room. Battler's voice came out of nowhere. His tone was very slightly cold. Beato's expression looked like that of a young girl being scolded. There he is! Let's go! There he is! With Beato's playing mad scientist who created a fake Beatrice in hope of recreating his beloved. Listen. I think he's trying to make a point because he knows the truth. I'm cheering, I don't care. I know the implications there were weird, but I think I see his game. At least I could be wrong, but I think I see his game. He's on a dark path, he's about to scream, Beatrice! Look at he! With a swirl of gold butterflies, Battler appeared. His dignified bearing and appearance were fitting for the ruler of this game. Man, never thought he'd make it this far. Look at that cape. However, his expression was gloomy, and his gaze was directed at Beato.
部屋に戻れ。
Go back to your room.
ここはお前のいる場所でない。
You weren't supposed to be here.
私は少しでもお父様のお役に立ちたくて。
I just wanted to help you however I could, Father.
部屋へ戻れ。
Go to your room. He spoke both softly and forcefully. Battler didn't leave her any room for debate. Beato hung her head and curtsied as she prepared to leave the room.
それから
Only been father for a day. Yeah, also.
はい、お父様。
Yes, what is it, Father?
俺の名はバトル。
My name is Battler.
二度と他の呼び方をするな。
Never call me by another name again. I'm not your goddamn dad. That's creepy.
はい。
Yes. Beato melted into a swarm of butterflies and disappeared. You know why Frankenstein's creature turned out evil? I thought it was less so that he was evil and more so that nobody was raising him right and treated him badly. Abandoned and abused. Yeah, exactly. Beato talking sweetly is so cute, by the way. It's funny. I just keep thinking she's talking like Shannon though, so I'm like sus. Beato melted into a swarm of butterflies and disappeared. This was the first part of the tale with Battler as the game master. The witches had all expected him to come forward with some flashy, big developments, So they were all fairly confused. Their mouths were still hanging open.
変わった趣向ね。
This is an unusual approach.
失礼した。
Pardon me.
今のは忘れてほしい。
Please forget what you saw just now.
うまいこと言って。それも作戦のうちですか？
So are you trying to trick us with this? Ah! Yeah.
また北風対応作戦みたいに印象操作して何かを煙に巻こうって魂胆でしょ。
You're scheming to give us the wrong impression, like another North Wind in the Sun strategy, aren't you?
何かあったのですか？
Is there something wrong?
気にするな。
Don't worry about it.
お前たちには関係のないことだ。
It has nothing to do with you people.
そう。
I see.
なら関係ないってことだわ。
Then it doesn't matter.
さあバトラー、早く新しいゲームを始めてちょうだい。
Alright, Battler, please start up the new game right away.
もう待たされすぎちゃって退屈してたんだから。
You've kept us waiting so long. It's gotten totally boring. Sure.
第6のゲームを始めよう。
Let's start the 6th game.
エリカ。そしてベルンカステル。
Erika. And you too, Burn
こ
Castle.
れが俺の物語である。俺がベアトの真相に至ったことの証明だ。
This will be my tale. Proof that I've reached the truth about Beato.
ラムダデル
Lambda
タ。そ
Delta.
れを仙台ゲームマスターとして見届けてくれ。
Please oversee this game. As a former game master.
楽しみにしてるわ。タイトルは？
Sure, looking forward to it. What's the
ド
title?
ン。
Dawn.
黄金の魔女の夜明けだ。
As in Dawn of the Golden Witch.
すぐに沈む冬の太陽だけれどね。
Of course, the winter sun is quick to sink back below the horizon.
もちろんです、我が主。
Of course, my master.
すぐに引きずり下ろしてご覧に入れます。
What was the quote about the broken vase? You can't quite put it back together. You can fix it with magic, but it's just a memory of how it once was. Once it remembers how it was, then it'll break apart again. Something like that. Of course, my master. I'll drag it back down for you right away.
タイトルだけはグッドです。そこだけは褒めましょう、バトラさん。
At least your title is good, Battler-san. I'll give you that much.
気に入ってもらえてよかっ
I'm glad you like
た。
it.
では始めよ
And let's get started.
う。これより第6のゲームを開始する。
The 6th game will now begin. Battler solemnly announced the start of the game. Compared to his fired-up attitude at the end of last game, where he and Erika had sworn to settle everything next time, he was extremely quiet now.
エンジェ、ベアトの様子があまりにこれまでと違うな。
Ange, Beato seems very different from the way she was before.
私も驚いてるわ。
I'm surprised too.
何が何だかさっぱりよ。
I don't have a clue what's going
そ
on.
れ以前に、なんでベアトが蘇ってるのかさっぱりだわ。
In fact, I don't even get why Beato's revived in the first
さっき
place.
読ませてもらったけど、前回の物語の最後で、
I
お兄
just
ちゃんが
finished
真相
reading
に
it
たどり着く直前に
a little while ago, but at the end of the previous
死んで消
tale,
え去ったんじゃなかったの？
didn't she die just before Oni-chan reached the truth?
この世界での死は2つある。
There are two kinds of death in this world. Alright, we're finally getting an explanation.
一つは駒としてゲーム版より取り除かれること。
One of them is when a piece is taken from the game board.
これはゲームにおける死でしかなく、仕切り直せば何度でも蘇る命だ。
This is only a death within the bounds of the game, and these lives can revive over and over again each time you start a new
だ
game.
から魔女たちはその命を奪うことにあまりに無慈悲なわけよね。
And that's why the witches are so merciless when it comes to taking those lives. For the witch players, the lives of those characters who appear on the game board are no different from pieces on a chessboard that take other pieces and get taken. After all, these pieces will be set up again when the next game starts.
マリアにおける作太郎がその駒の最たるものであっただろう。
Maria's Sakutaro is a prime example of these.
サク太郎がお姉ちゃんの子？
Sakutaro is One-chan's piece. Yes, that does make sense. On the game board that represents the inside of One-chan's head, Sakutaro certainly does exist, and is a piece which always stays by her side, though he's nothing more than a stuffed animal in the real world. On One-chan's game board, he is a full piece, no different from any other piece.
でもどうかしら。
But I wonder...
魔女のゲームの駒なら簡単に生き返らせることができるんでしょ？
On the witch's game board, it's easy to revive a piece, right?
でもお姉ちゃんの世界ではサク太郎は蘇ることができなかった。
But One-chan was unable to revive Sakutaro in her world.
世界でたった一つのぬいぐるみというよりしろが失われたからだ。
That's because she lost that completely unique stuffed animal that was his
だ
vessel.
から駒の存在条件が崩れ、マリアのゲーム版では復活することができなかった。
Because of this, the conditions for that piece's existence were violated, and it became impossible to revive him on Maria's game
そな
board.
たがその存在条件を再び満たしてやったからこそ、サク太郎はゲーム版に蘇ることができたのではないか。
The only reason you were able to revive Sakutaro on the game board was because you once again satisfied the conditions for his existence, correct?
確かに。
True. Maria One-chan was only unable to revive him because she had lost the stuffed animal that was his vessel. If, like my family on Beato's game board, she hadn't needed a vessel for him, she would have been able to revive him as often as she wanted.
そうね。
Got it.
確かにサク太郎はお姉ちゃんの駒かもしれないわ。
I see that Sakutaro might be considered One-chan's piece.
少なくともよりしろが無事である限り何度でも蘇れる存在だわ。
At least as long as his vessel was okay, he could have been revived over and over again. Stretch. Everybody wants me to stretch today. Ooh. Okay, stretching. Yeah, I have heard of Uncle Roger. I actually watched the video he did on June's Kitchen the other day, which is really funny because I follow Rachel and June, or used to when I lived in Japan, so it was like two worlds colliding. It was very funny. Alright, I'm hydrating. How come you ask? Oh, you know about June's Kitchen? Cool. But yeah, why do you ask? Also,
そう。
correct.
よりしろが無事である限り、何度でも蘇ることができる。
As long as the vessel is safe, it can be revived over and over again.
それが駒の命というものだ。
I know! The algorithm really loves him. I've been seeing that too. That's what the life of a piece is like, as long as the vessel is safe. What is that supposed to imply?
それがこの世界での死における一つ目。
That's the first kind of death in this
も
world.
う一つは
What's the second?
ゲーム版の外の存在の死だ。
That's the death of beings outside the game board.
サク太郎の話で続けるなら、この場合はマリアの死だ。
To continue with Sakutaro's example, this would be like Maria's death,
駒じゃなく
not the
本
piece,
当のお姉ちゃんの死ね。
but the real One-chan's death, right?
死だけではない。
It doesn't have to be her
興
death.
味や関心の喪失でも同じだ。
It doesn't have to be her death. Loss of interest or concern would have the same effect.
マリアがぬいぐるみ遊びを卒業すれば、ゲームのプレイヤーとしてのマリアは死ぬ。
When Maria grows up from playing with stuffed animals, then Maria the game player will
さ
die.
ながらテレビに飽きてスイッチを切るかのように簡単にあっさり
It's as quick and easy as turning off the switch on a TV when you get bored of it. Does that imply that the reason why Beatrice couldn't let go at the end of episode 4 was because she couldn't let go of her interest? And when she finally stopped caring, that was when she died? Or...
なるほど。
I
つ
see.
まりプレイヤーとしてのベアトは前回までのゲームで勝利を完全に諦めたので、
In that case, Beato the player completely gave up on winning during the last game. I don't know if winning's the way to put it. She tried to give up on winning,
死んで消え去ったわけね。
so she died and vanished.
ならつまりベアトが再びお兄ちゃんに勝てるつもりになって戻ってきたら生き返るってことだわ。
Which means that if Beato thinks she has a chance of defeating Onichan again, she'll come back to life, right?
理屈ではそうだ
Logically, that is
人
true.
も魔女も神さえも
It's the same for people, witches, and even
興味
gods.
と関心を失えばいつでも死ねる
If they lose interest and concern, they can die at any time.
そしてそれを取り戻せばいつでも蘇れる
And if they regain that interest, they can revive at any time.
しかし神の世界には時間の概念がないからいつ蘇るも自在だが
Oh, that expression of hers. However, though the concept of time does not exist in the world of gods who can revive whenever they want,
矢のごとく時が過ぎ去る人の世ではそれは容易ではないんだ
time shoots by like an arrow in the human world, and it is not so easy there.
そうね。
That's true.
一日のずる休みならともかく3日もサボると学校に行くのがものすごく億劫になるわ。
Skipping school for one day might not be a problem, but if you skip for 3 days in a row, it'd be really hard to convince yourself to go back.
それが1ヶ月1年10年
And what if that stretched out for a month, a year, a
そ
decade?
れこそ魔女の世界のように1000年にも及んで
What if it lasted for 1,000 years, like the world of
なる
witches?
ほ
I see.
ど。ずる休みもそれだけになればもはや社会における死ね。
If you skipped for that long, it would mean your death as far as society is
それ
concerned.
だけの長い間死んでいたら
If you remained dead for
社
that
会的な
long,
遅れを取り戻せないだけじゃなく当時のモチベーションだって絶対に蘇らないわ。
not only would you be unable to catch up on all you missed in the world at large, you'd also lose any motivation you might have had when you
それは
left.
つまり命があっても一度死んだのと同じことだわ。
So even though you'd be alive, you could say that you died
二度と
once.
元の自分には戻れない。蘇れない。
You would never again be able to regain the self that you once were. It would never revive.
ベアとは勝てる道理も希望も全て失った
Beato lost any chance or hope of
それ
winning.
を知りつつ気づかぬふりをしあれだけのゲームを戦ってきたのだ
Even though she knew this, she pretended not to, and kept on fighting for many, many games.
だからもうベアとは戻らない
So, Beato will not return. No!
彼女の希望はついえ
Her hopes were crushed.
た気を取り直して再び戦う気力の全てをもう費やしている
She spent all of the willpower that she might have used to regain the will to fight.
だから
Therefore,
あのベアトリーチが蘇ることは二度とない
oh no, why can't I hear the vine boom? Come on. No! What the heck? Hold on, hold on. Please, please. No. Will this do it? No. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. What the heck? Wow, not wanting to cooperate today. I have to get an instant soundboard thing. Okay, here we go. That Beatrice will never revive again. That Beato, who just sat around the whole time with empty eyes in the 5th game, must have been her corpse. She had managed to remain on the game board despite it all, but then even that corpse was wiped away. If Beato had been the game master at that time instead of Lambda Delta, the game board itself would have vanished at that moment, and everything would have ended. Come to think of it, Beato started to lose the will to fight near the end of the 4th game. When Beato loses her will to fight, the world of the game disappears. However, the witches wanted to keep playing in this game board world, so Lambda Delta bound Beato in place with the curse of that shackle. She used that shackle to make sure that the game board wouldn't disappear, even if Beato did lose the will to fight. In chess, this would be the equivalent of removing a set time limit for each turn, making it endless. However, simply having the game endlessly paused on Beato's turn would cause the witches to die from their illness of boredom. That's why Lambda Delta took the position of Game Master. Starting then, Beato's existence was no longer one of the conditions necessary for the game to exist. That's probably why the shackles binding her to the game board were released. And that explains why she disappeared in the 5th game. Oh. Do I play the Miles Morales game? Oh, not yet, but I'd like to. It looked interesting. I felt like I probably needed to play the other big Spider-Man game first. So, when Oni-chan managed to reach the truth, it was one game too late for him to tell Beato about it. The 5th game was a form of charity on Lambda Delta's part. What do you mean by that? I could. I guess. Maybe. The fifth game was a form of charity on Lambda Delta's
バトル
part.
を絶対に真相にたどり着きたいという信念に絶対の魔女が慈悲を示しただけのこと。
She merely showed Battler some mercy as the Witch of Certainty, acknowledging his strong desire to reach the truth no matter what.
何が慈悲？
How can you call that
た
charity?
だの魔女たちの暇つぶしの気まぐれじゃない。
It's just those fickle witches killing time.
話を戻すよ。
Let's get back to the
じ
point.
ゃあ、あのおかしなベアトはプレイヤーのベアトじゃないってことになる。
So, that means this weird Beato isn't the player Beato.
ゴマのベアトということだよ。
She's just a piece Beato.
そうだ。
Yes.
だったら誰もがよく知るベアトになるはず。
And if that is so, you would expect her to turn out as the Beato everyone knows
バトラ
well.
もそういうベアトを望んだはず。
That should also be the kind of Beato that Battler wants. You said Miles Morales because of the red web on the black screen. Oh, I see. Do I have a favorite superhero? Good question. Does All Might count? Or does it have to be an American comic superhero? Both? Okay, All Might and then an American comic superhero. Spider-Man's pretty good. Although it's not like... I'm kind of only willing to see a Spider-Man movie if I think it's gonna be any good, though. But like, I think the premise for him is pretty solid. I do enjoy like Batman media, but I don't know if I'd call him like my favorite. I kind of like the X-Men, but I don't know which one's my favorite. Maybe Nightcrawler? Oh, I did like Steve Rogers Captain America in the MCU. Like, if we were talking Marvel movies, I'd say Captain America was my favorite. If that, I don't know if that's a good enough answer, but like, those are some guys I like. All right. Yeah, same Ange. That's a bit concerning, isn't it? But I see his game. Don't worry, Ange. Your brother isn't a weirdo. I mean, he is a weirdo, but probably not in the way that you think. No good Captain America games to suggest. Unfortunate. You mean second best Spider-Man. All right. He wasn't satisfied with just the doll. When playing with dolls, one can project the personality they most desire onto the doll. Spider-Man with 50 games, Captain America with none. Yeah, poor Captain America. Yeah, where's the cool Iron Man game? However, since you are acting out their part, nothing unexpected can ever happen. You cannot hope for any unanticipated happiness. In the human world, there is nothing so boring as predictability. That's why, though a doll can become a person's best friend in the world, people eventually get bored and outgrow them. Oni-chan only wants the real Beato. I only want the real Beato. He couldn't bear having a doll. that he could only make act like Beato.
バトラの駒として生み出されたベアとは
A Beato born as Battler's
バト
piece
ラの望む通りに動くだろう
would probably move exactly according to Battler's wishes.
駒なんだから当然だわ。
She is a piece, so that's only
プレ
natural.
イヤーの指す通りに動く。
Pieces move according to their players' directions. Where Avengers game? Oh, what joke?
そしてそれ以外では一切動かない。
Oh, the joke for Dawn of the Golden Witch. Hashtag not my Beato. Oh my god. Oh, that works. Hashtag not my Beato. Bring my Beato back. She is a piece, so that's only natural. Pieces move according to their players' directions, and they are incapable of moving in any other way.
お兄ちゃんが何を望んでるのかはわかるわ。
I see what it is Oni-chan wants.
じゃあこのおかしなベアとは何者
Then just who is this weird Beato?
なの？
Rip Beato cackle. All we get is oh ho ho ho.
バトラはベアトを本当の意味で蘇らそうとしているのかもしれない
Battler might be trying to revive Beato in the truest sense. See, Featherine, that's what I'm thinking, girl. I think that's his play. He's hinting at Beato's true identity. That's why she's talking like a Shannon, cause hashtag blame Shannon.
人の諦めきれぬ夢だ
Yep, we found out her name. It's Featherine. Featherine Augustus Aurora. Wild name. I know, right? She's got a wild name. Look at this. Look at that name. I think he had stepped away, so it's understandable. Miss Rokenjiba 1998, she does look like it, doesn't she? That is a pageant dress. Oh my god. And she's got a cane because she's real old. Yeah, you could think of it like that. Battler might be trying to revive Beato in the truest sense. It is the never-dying dream held by the children of man.
あんたはさっき赤を使ってそれはないと否定したわ。
You just used the red to say that wasn't possible.
あのベアトが蘇ることは決してない
That Beato has no chance of reviving.
しかしもう一度ベアトを生み出すことは不可能ではないということだ
However, that doesn't mean that it is impossible to create Beato again. Just a Beato, not that Beato.
忘れたか
Have you forgotten?
第一のゲームの最後でベルンカステル自らがベアトの正体を語ったはず
I believe that Berncastle herself revealed Beato's true form at the end of the first game. She did?
思い出したわ。
Now I
ルー
remember.
ルが具現化した存在みたいなこと言ってた。
She said something about how Beato exists as the incarnation of the rules.
そのルールと情報が練り上げられ
Rules and information brought together. Yeah, they're in all caps if they're witches. Like, I'll show you. So we got all of these people, right? And they've got normal, like, capitalization. Then you go over here. These are witches. Not Slander's not a witch. She's a witch hunter, but the witch, now technically a witch, But these are not witches, they're demons, so they don't get the caps. Battler, I know, right? Rules and information brought together.
最終的にあのベアトリーチェという魔女が形作ら
I
れ
think CC explained it as in the Japanese version, witches have katakana for their names, like a different like spelling system for their names. So all caps was the way to represent that in English. But I guess it's only the witches who are like that? Something like that. Just a way to translate it. Rules and information brought together ultimately took the form of the witch known as Beatrice.
それを再びなぞれば同じベアトリーチェをもう一度生み出し
If that pattern is followed once more, the same Beatrice will be born again.
それをもって復活と呼ぶこともできよ
And perhaps one could call that a resurrection. So how does that come
あ
about?
のおかしなベアトは
In other words, that weird
さながら
Beato
ベアトの卵あるいはヒナってところね
is like an egg of Beato or else a chick.
そう解釈するのが妥当であ
That interpretation is probably
る
accurate.
すなわちこのベアトこそがあのベアトへ至るヒナなのだ
In short, this Beato is a chick that might become that Beato. This kind of reminds me of the homunculus thing, the fucked up thing that Kinzo was doing, and the whole like go back to your room thing. Ah! He's probably doing that on purpose because he knows the truth. Dlanner, the end of her sentences are in katakana, and that's why they're capped. Yeah, that's right. I think the end of her sentences are in katakana because if she says des at the end of sentences and it's in katakana, it'll look like death, like spelling out the English word in Japanese. So that's why we get death, 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 die to death, right? That interpretation is probably accurate. In short, this Beato is a chick that might become that Beato.
それはつまり
And that means
この純情可憐な子がやがてはあのひねくれてイカれた魔女に成長するってことね
this pure and lovable kid will eventually grow into that screwed up crazy witch. In other words, that Beato is a baby version of the Beato we all know. Alright, we gotta call her Baby B. We're gonna call her Baby B from now on. Oh yeah, you told me that bit. Right. So, just like how no person is born evil, the newborn Beato isn't evil either. Even Kinzo wasn't born evil, even though she really is a different person if you measure her by her basis, her soul. Then maybe you really could call this a resurrection. However, this reality can't possibly be easy to accept. Though she may technically be Beato herself, she is also, without a doubt, a different person. Yeah, like the homunculus thing. Don't tell me we have to go through 5 centuries of torture before getting cackling evil Beato. I guess we'll see. And the way she acts would make anyone feel as though something's out of place. losing his mind.
退屈
Maybe. He's in a different mental state now, we gotta remember. How
そ
entertaining.
なたの朗読は楽しい
Hearing you read aloud is far from boring.
あんたに朗読が必要なのか疑わしいわ。
I wonder if you even really need someone to read aloud
あん
for
たは
you.
もうすでに全てを知っているように見える。
It looks like you already know
そ
everything.
なたと対話をしているからその思考に至るだけだ
I only reached that thought because I am engaged in a conversation with
我が
you.
思考は八百万を束ねて超える
My thoughts are more numerous than the stars in the
人の
sky.
国はまるでそう見えるだけに過ぎぬ
I only appear to know everything to a child of man like you. That kind of reminds me of when I come to conclusions just because of our discussions in chat.
されどそなたがいなければ思考する力さえない
However,
彼は病人に過ぎぬ
without you here, I am nothing but a weak, sickly person without even the power to think.
最初からそういえば、もっと素直に朗読を引き受けてやったのに。
You just said that in the first place. I'd have agreed to read for you a lot more easily. Yeah, she keeps calling her child of man because she's like a goddess, so she's like, yeah, you child of man.
私の機嫌が良くなっただけのこと
My mood just happened to
浮
improve.
かれるな
Don't get an overswelled impression of yourself.
私はお前の命などしおり代わりに挟んだまま放出するこの葉
I think of your life as nothing more than a leaf.
軽んじているぞ
One may lose after using it as a bookmark.
続きを読んでください。お願いします。
Right, this isn't the witch Ange. But... Or what? Ange isn't a witch anymore, something. Yeah, it did say in her character description that she's so old that she needs that thing around her head to keep a sense of individuality. Because she's so old that she's starting to completely lose herself. Please continue reading.
って解釈するわ。
Is how I choose to interpret that.
OK?
Okay?
退屈しない
Far from boring.
そなたは巫女として優秀だ
You really do make an excellent Miko. Featherine rocked back in her rocking chair like an old lady and looked up at the ceiling, laughing as though the conversation itself was pleasant for her. Ange was slowly figuring out how to deal with the strange witch. This person was also bored. When a sick person has been in bed for a long time and gets too bored, she needs a head brace so not to forget herself. Yeah, that's what it seems. They sometimes act in a rebellious way. Oh my god. My mom was certainly like that. On the other hand, they also get a little bored of being treated kindly all the time. She may want to be respected for her superiority, but it's also probably more interesting for her when she's spoken to a little rudely. What a coincidence. That's exactly how I used to be. Okay, Ange.
とにかく、
Anyway,
第4のゲームで、ベアトとお兄ちゃんに何か確執があったことは間違いないの。
from what we learned in the fourth game, there's no doubt that there was some kind of bad blood between Beato and Oni-chan in the past.
このベアトを知ることは、真相に至る鍵の一つになりうるわ。
Hello, CC. Learning about this Beato might give us a key towards finding the truth. When you're sick, you want to be treated like a princess. Yeah, I'm like, I can't relate. I want to be treated nice all the time. Cannot relate. Learning about this Beato might give us a key towards finding the truth.
そうであろう。
It does seem so. You want to be treated like a princess all the time. Rep, you get me. I get you. We're together on this. It does seem
私も
so.
興味を持った。
It has caught my interest as well. Where the hell is my Prince Charming? I'm rooting for you! In a universe where witches are originally human, the only way she can refer to Ange as child of man is if she's a demon, never human, or she's old enough that she no longer qualifies. I think it might either be two, or maybe she's something like a god. Something. I don't know. It does seem so. It has caught my interest as
彼
well.
女の物語も合わせて読むのだ。
It did say that there was like a divine quality to her witchiness, and she did say she calls her a Miko. So like a Miko is like a priestess in Shinto, and there's like gods and everything, right? And she's supposed to be based on a Higurashi character from like Ryukishi's other series. And I forget the nature of that character, but I know she's powerful. Oh, Pharaoh is B's nickname for Dlanner because of the hair thingies and the gold, I think. Ronald. Yeah, Ronald. Ronald's daughter. This caught my interest as well. Let us read her tale too.
はいはい
Oh, sure, as you wish, my
そうす
master.
るままに我が主
The nature of Hanyu is LOL. Okay. Ewa is based on feathering. Only difference you're remembering right is that Ewa is more masochistic. Oh, interesting. Ange raised her hands like a conductor, and the bookshelves in the bizarre study responded. Ooh, doing some magic. Once again, several books floated out and began to swirl around Ange. Kinzo's study is the room belonging to the master in the human world. So this study in the world of non-humans belonged to the master of the game board and was a place where he could look down upon the humans. Therefore, it was understandable that one might mistake the imposing robe-clad man in the center of the study for Kinzo, if only for a second. It wasn't Kinzo. It was Battler, the one who had taken up the position of game master. Hanyu is an alien? There's a lot of lore about it in her bloodline, demon that is extraterrestrial. Oh boy. So we're dealing with an alien god in feathering? Is that what we're saying? I'm just kidding. Yeah. Yeah. Kinzo's had this armor in his study. It was Battler, the one who had taken up position of game master and who had become the new territory lord of this world. Around Battler was a swirl of glowing fragments, sparkling like the night sky. And on the floor was what appeared to be a red magic circle. To an outsider, it would have appeared to be nothing more than an incomprehensible geometric shape. But to Battler, who stood at its center, oh, he's in a summoning circle? It was the outline for a new tale. I only played... Okay. So Bloodborne was my first actual experience getting through one of those games. You know, you were there for it. And Dark Souls, I played at somebody's house once. And, you know, the first boss, you gotta like fall from the top floor to like hit it on the head. I missed. and died. And that's as far as I ever got. The alien demon lords from the console games, so Great Assault, right? Booty Guardian Prison, yeah. And I missed the hit and died. Thank you for thinking I got through it splendidly and not like a coward. Thank you. But to Battler, who stood at its center, it was the outline for a new tale. A new line grew across the magic circle, following Battler's gaze. Then, at the instant it connected with a complicated symbol, the entire magic circle flashed brightly. Hey! The guy who says witches doesn't exist is now a witch. Sorcerer. One doesn't exclude the other? Oh, well, thank you. Splendidly cowardly. I did well because I was afraid. Aw, thank you. So, how does it look? Made my playthrough unique? Oh, Dan? Oh my god. You know what? I'm not even gonna tell you what already happened because you'll hate it so much. However, there is something you might like to know. So Battler's the game master now, right? There was a peace version of Beato that appeared who was acting so weird. She was like completely polite and sweet. But then I realized if the game might be, that's a hint at who she really is, because she was speaking just like how Shannon talks. And I'm like, hashtag blame Shannon real? Is this a hint? He's even got an evil cape with the Dracula pop collar, yeah. Also, what do you mean morning chat? It's 8 p.m. where you are. Hashtag blame Shannon is always real. So, how does it look? It is splendid, my lord. Oh, he's got Genji now. The 6th game is complete. As Battler wiped his forehead and finally relaxed, Genji, who was standing behind him and watching over his every move, nodded deeply in response. I always thought being a game master meant you could make the tale however you want. This is seriously harder than I thought it would be. You must write up multiple tales and make the inner and outer sides of the story match. And yet you have displayed such skill. It is hard to believe that this is your first time. I believe even Erika-sama will be satisfied with this game. Well, hopefully it matches that great detective's tastes. Still, I've got to honestly respect Beato now. I can hardly believe that she managed to create such complicated stories so easily. It was not easy. Beatrice-sama spent a long time deliberating, and each time she created a tale, she would worry over various contradictions. She was constantly battling with logic errors. Logic errors? That is when the two sides of the tale do not meet, creating a contradiction. When this happens, it becomes a fatal violation of the rules known as a logic error, and the game board will immediately collapse and be destroyed. See, I told you he wouldn't care. Yeah, we found out you're famous, Dan. I rarely get to hear Genji talk, so it's weird hearing him talk so casually and so much. I agree. It's been a real hot minute since he talked this much. If ever.
魔女側が犯せる最大最悪のミスです。
It is the greatest and worst form of error that the witch side can make, and one which must always be avoided. And I could see how that would not be a pitfall the witch of certainty would fall into.
ベアとのゲーム
Gamer girl Genji, yeah! And Beato.
何度かそれに抵触しそうになったのか
Got close to bumping into those several... And Beato got close to bumping into those several times in her games.
ゲームを生み出す際には常にそれと戦われておりました。
She fought with them every time she created a
特
game.
にバトラ様が手強くなられてからは相当の苦労をなさっていたようです。
I believe it grew even more difficult for her as you became a more effective opponent.
今回の俺のこのゲームベア
So,
とに見せても恥ずかしくない敵かな
do you think this game I've made is good enough to show Beato?
はい、
Yes,
それはもちろんでございます。
of course.
ベアとは
Has Beato
まだ目を覚まさないのか
still not woken up?
ルールの擬人化から体を蘇生してもうだいぶになるはずだ
Been a while since her body was formed as a personification of the rules.
まだ目覚めないのか
She's still not awake? Yeah, this is sad. Genji's his only friend. I know, right? We need Gop and Ronove. And Virgilia. After remaining silent for a while longer, Genji answered.
3日ほど前にお目覚めになっております。
She woke up 3 days ago.
バトラ様が
Yeah,
第
where's
6の
Gap?
ゲームの設計に集中されておりましたので、お知らせを控えておりました。
You were concentrating on the construction of the 6th game, so I decided to wait before telling you. Genji, put on the long wig and mustache. It looks better. I agree. I also like Ronove.
申し訳ございません。
My sincere apologies.
そうだったか
Oh, really?
あいつめだいぶ長いこと寝てたから寝ぼけてやがったに違いない
Yeah, I bet she's still all drowsy after sleeping so long.
あいつにぜひ俺のゲームを見てもらいたかったんだ
I really wanted to show her my game.
あいつに俺はゲームを見せなきゃならないんだ
No, it's more than that. I have to show her my game.
俺が全てを理解したことをあいつに教えなきゃならない
I need to tell her that I've understood everything. Battler's face broke into a smile. There was no trace in his expression of the hatred he had once felt towards Beato for murdering his family.
ある意味
In a way. I know, right?
これが第5のゲーム最後の謎だったわ。
That was the final mystery of the 5th game.
そうだ。
Yes.
バトラは真相に至ると同時にベアトに対する心象が大きく変わった。
When Battler reached the truth, there was a great change in his impression of
それ
Beato.
はつまりやはりお兄ちゃんとベアトには何かの関係があって
Does that mean it's fair to assume that there really was some kind of connection between Oni-chan and Beato? This is a part where I'm like, I'm way ahead of you guys.
それを彼が防出していたと考えるのが適当なの。
I know, right? How dare you interrupt the happy music with your wind whistles, saying stuff that I already know? And that he forgot all about it? However, Battler suspected this in the 4th game and asked Beato about it. And within the story, this was denied by the Red Truth, 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for Battler. Yeah, that's because she wasn't Beatrice at the time. She's somebody else pretending to be Beatrice. And we all know who Dan thinks it is.
ベアトが存在しなかったとも受け取れるし
We can read. Oh my god, they're hand holding. They're hand holding the audience through this. We can read this as saying that Beato did not exist 6 years
6年前
before.
にはバトラと縁がなかったとも受け取れる
Or it could simply mean that she had no connection to Battler
し
at
か
that
しいずれ
time.
にせよバトラはその後6年間六軒島には訪れない
However, either way, Battler did not visit Rokkenjima at all for the next 6 years.
ベアトリーチェとお兄ちゃんはこの1986年10月4日が初対面のはず
October 4th, 1986 should have been the first time Beatrice and Oni-chan met.
なのにどうしてすでに確執があるの
If so, why was there already some kind of bad blood
さっ
between
ぱ
them?
り意味がわからないわ
I don't have a clue what it
第
means.
4のゲームでベアトがバトラに問いかけた
That's Ushiromiya Battler's sin, which Beato questioned Battler about in the 4th game.
後ろ宮バトラの罪に
Might
何
give
か
us
の
a
鍵
clue.
があろうなその結果がベアトリーチェという存在なのかもしれない
The result of that might have been Beatrice herself. She was so upset about the no white horse that she became a witch.
その結
The
果
result?
お兄ちゃんの罪の結果がベアト
The result of Oni-chan's sin was Beato? That almost sounds as though Oni-chan created the witch called Beatrice himself.
まる
Almost as
でベア
though
トリーチェとはバトラの子のようだな
Beatrice was Battler's piece. Huh? That's
6
crazy.
年前のバト
For
ラ
the slower ones, anyway. 6 years earlier, Battler committed a sin.
その罪で人が死ぬ
Because of that sin, people died.
殺すのはベアトリーチ
The killer was Beatrice.
ェ全てが6年前のバトラの罪から連綿と続くと考えるのだ
If you consider the possibility that everything is connected to Battler's sins 6 years
ベア
before,
トリーチェを生み出したのはバトラ自身
then the one who created Beatrice was Battler himself.
まるでバトラの駒のようだと思う
I thought it sounded almost as though she was Battler's piece.
意味わかんないわ
I don't get it.
お兄ちゃんが何かの罪を犯したとしても少なくとも殺人なんかよりよっぽど軽い何かだわ
Oni-chan sinned in some way. It must have been something much lighter than murder at the very least. And without love, it cannot be
そ
seen.
れに対する仕返しがこの大量殺人なのだとしたら
Someone caused this huge massacre in
あまりに
retaliation
お
for
兄ちゃん
that.
の罪と割りが合わない
That's totally out of proportion. Girl, how many movies have you seen about people murdering for love?
ベアトは親族たちを皆殺しにした
Beato killed our
お
family.
父さんもお母さんもお兄ちゃんもみんな
Dad, Mom, Oni-chan, everyone.
それに見合う罪がお兄ちゃんにあったなんて信じられるわけがない
I can't believe that Oni-chan's sin was anything deserving of that.
罪は測る人間によって重さが異なる
The weight of a sin depends on the person measuring it.
バトラにとって防止できる程度の罪でも
Even a sin so light that Battler might have
ベ
forgotten.
アトにとっては6年を経てなお一族を皆殺しにするほどの恨みを持つに値するものだったのかもしれぬ
Could have been so serious to Beato that she hated him enough to massacre his whole family a full 6 years after the fact.
まあ私もそれはあまりに釣り合わぬと思うしそして何よりそんな相手だったら
Well, even I think that a bit excessive, and more importantly, if she were a person like
真
that,
相を知ったとはいえバトラがあれだけ親身になるとは到底思えぬ
I would find it hard to accept that Battler would act so friendly towards her after discovering the truth. Featherine's observation was extremely interesting. In a past game, Beato said clearly that Oni-chan's sins 6 years ago before was the cause of this 2-day tragedy. I still don't know what kind of sin that was. 2 words, Ange, white horse. However, he figured it out at the end of the 5th game, and he even apologized to Beato. Even though she was the witch who had massacred his entire family in retaliation for his sins 6 years before, Battler apologized to her. Of course, it was the player Battler who apologized, not the Peace Battler, whose family had been murdered over and over again. But even so, Battler must have remembered something at the end of the last game that made him feel like apologizing.
その6年前の罪
The sin from 6 years before.
これまでの物語のどこかにそれが隠されていたとでも言うのかしら
Does this mean that it's hidden somewhere in the tales so far? Yes, it is, in the scene where the cousins are at the beach.
私はすでにある仮説を立てている
I have already formed a theory about it.
え
Oh,
聞かせてよ
let me hear it.
まだ話せぬ
I can't tell you yet.
もうしばらく私だけ答えを知っているかのような優越を楽しむことにする
I want to enjoy being the only one who knows the answer for a little while longer. Girl, I want to tell Ange right now.
続き読まないわよ
Well then, I guess I'm done reading for you. Oh!
それは困る
Well, we can't have that, can
し
we?
ばし耐えもう少し続きを読め
Have some patience and read a bit further.
私の仮説もまだ想像の域を出ぬ
My theory is still nothing more than a
確
guess.
信を持てたらその時話すこととしよ
Once I'm certain of it, I'll tell you.
はいはい我が主
Okay, okay, my master.
私だって続きを知りたいわ
I actually do want to hear what comes next after all. Oni-chan and Beatrice. Just what kind of connection is there between them? Learning that will probably be the ultimate key to the truth of this world. After all, remembering that was what enabled him to reach the truth. Oh, you're a Featherine fan now? Not world end.
ベアトリーチェ
Beatrice! My master is crazy.
ようこそ
Oni-chan, don't become a groomer, Oni-chan. I know, right? Welcome, my lord.
ベアトリーチェ様がお待ちでございます
Beatrice-sama is waiting for you. Yep. Ange found a gig reading for old ladies at the retirement home. It's very cute and nice. Featherine. I also like saying it. It's nice to say Featherine. Little pleasures. I completely agree. Beatrice-sama is waiting for
どうぞ
you.
こちらへ
This way, please. This place was a villa set aside for Beatrice's use. It was a sacred site for her only, built so that she could spend her days without being affected by the outside world. My heart began to race. I'm so glad that she was able to revive and that everything's okay. Beato is a personification of the rules. So, even though she was destroyed once, it is possible for her to be reborn again. Battler had quickly succeeded in reviving Beato's body, but he had trouble summoning her soul back. Oh my god, it's the Kuadorion. I know, I'm thinking that too. However, during the time he had spent immersed in the creation of the 6th game, she had woken up. Also, it's proof, right? I said Genji and Kumasawa knew about Kuadorion. And this is the big ol' hintin'. I knew they did. However, during the time he had spent immersed in the creation of the 6th game, she had woken up. And this topic happened 3 days ago. And this had happened 3 days ago. Battler let himself be led into the dining hall. The dining hall had been set up for his and Beato's use. It existed so that they could enjoy some black tea while discussing the truth, now that he had finally reached it in its entirety. I want to tell her. I want to tell Beato that I've found the truth. Battler couldn't hold back his excitement over this miracle he had been granted, that Beato was waiting for him in the dining hall to hear what he had to say. Yes, but you know, it's still vague as to whether Virgilia and Kumasawa really are the same, or if that thing from episode 3 was a red herring. Not to be confused with a red mackerel. Beato was waiting for him in the dining hall to hear what he had to say. How is Beatrice? Same as usual. Bro, you're about to be so disappointed. I'm so sorry. Is she in high spirits? Oh, yes, she is in very high spirits now. She has been waiting for you all this time, my lord. Oh, yes. Is she in the dining hall? Is she eating or something? Oh, that's all right. It doesn't matter either way. You'll be surprised. Beatrice! When he swung open the doors to the dining hall, Battler was greeted by a wonderful sight. Though the food laid out on the table wasn't particularly sensational, it was arranged beautifully, and a champagne bottle stood there waiting. Then, the person clad in that familiar dress, with the beautiful golden hair, bowed deeply in greeting. Beatrice.
私に姿を与えてくださり、誠にありがとうございます。
See? She talks like Shannon. You have my sincerest gratitude for giving me this form. Instant tears, goddamn. Come on. Don't worry about that. I'm so glad. He is crying. Battler rushed up to Beato and hugged her tightly. Ah! Just to make sure her body wasn't just mist or an illusion. I solved your riddle for you. But then, before I could tell you about it, you went and disappeared.
私はここにいます。
I am right here.
消えたりなんかしません。
I will not disappear. I see lurking. It's okay. You can stop talking like that. I'm not going to ask you for anything in return. It's okay, you can stop talking like that. See? It's okay, you can stop talking like that. I'm not going to ask you for anything in return. Like a servant? One could say? You don't have to talk like you were as the maid Shannon, or as like a piece of furniture that doesn't have to necessarily be Shannon. Anyway, I want to apologize. and I want to talk with you.
何から先に口にすればいいかさえわからない。
I don't even know where I should start.
私がお父様に謝られることなど何もありません。
You have done nothing that you need to apologize for, Father.
私はただお父様のお役に立てればそれで
I'm just-
幸せなのです。
I'm glad just to be of service to you.
ベアト。
Beato?
ベアトリーチ
Okay, I
ェ
might have been
は
wrong.
お父様のために生まれてきました。
I may have been wrong. Maybe this wasn't Battler's intention. I was born for your sake,
どう
Father.
かあなたの力にならせてください。
Please let me support you.
そしてお父様、
And
第
Father,
6のゲームの完成、誠におめでとうございます。
congratulations on completing the 6th game. It is very weird.
だからそんな喋り方やめろって。
I told you, stop talking like
う
that.
さんくさくてたまらねえぜ。
It's totally creepy.
この喋り方ではお気に召しませんか？
Do you find the style of speech displeasing? Isn't that a line Shannon said to George really early on in the game?
部長法をどうかお許しください。
Please forgive my rudeness. Am I wrong?
お気に召しませんかってことはねえが、らしくねえぜ。
Well, I don't find it displeasing, but it's not like you. He recreated his girlfriend and wants her to act like it, but she sees him as her father. I know, isn't that fucked up? That's a bit like the homunculus in it. One of you has to drop the act, exactly. Or it's too late. It's not an act! Well, I don't find it displeasing, but it's not like
やっぱお
you.
前はいつもの口調がぴったりだ。
I guess I like the way you usually talk best. I also like the way she usually talks best. It's very fun to voice act. Beato smiled vaguely. To Battler, it probably looked as though they were both smiling over the same joke. However, Beato's smile was literally vague and uncertain. After all, she didn't know how she was supposed to talk.
それよりベアト。
Anyway,
一
Beato,
体これは何の冗談だってんだ。
just what kind of joke is
ま
this?
さか大ベアトリーチェ様自らが手料理を作ったってのか？
Don't tell me that the great Beatrice-sama decided to cook for me.
第6のゲームが完成されましたと聞き、
When I heard that you had completed the 6th
ささ
game,
やかですが、ねぎらいの席が設けられないかと思いまして。
I wanted to see if I could prepare a modest reward to congratulate you. This is totally something Shannon would do. Chat.
ベアトリーチェ様がそれはもう大層頑張られてお作りになられたんですよ。
Beatrice, okay. Cutesy woo voice. Let me get my timer. All right. Oh wait, wrong one, wrong one. Bookmark. There we go. Beatrice-sama really worked hard to make this.
私は一切手伝っておりませんとも。ええ
I didn't even need to lend a hand at all. No, I didn't. The food set on the table really was modest and inexpertly made. You could tell by looking at it that Beato, who wasn't particularly skilled with cooking, had given it her all when making it. However, signs of discomfort and irritation were beginning to appear on Battler's face.
これはどういうことだ？
What is this all about?
ええですからベアトリーチェ様が親方様をねぎらおうと。
Well, as she said, Beatrice-sama decided that she would like to congratulate Sweat was starting to show up on Kumasawa's forehead. She was also feeling uneasy when he noticed Batwa realized that wasn't just his imagination. Beato turned her back to Batwa and stuck a corkscrew into the champagne bottle. And she showed it to
お父
Batwa.
様第6のゲームの完成誠におめでとうございます
Congratulations on the completion of the 6th
必
game.
ずや祝
In the hopes that you will prove victorious
フルドエリカに勝利することを祈願して
over your
これを捧げます。
longtime rival, Furudo Erika. I don't know about longtime rival. Up. When presented with a champagne bottle and a sound like that, anyone would think that the cork had been pulled out. However, it wasn't the cork, it was the bottom of the bottle. Nani the fuck? The high-quality champagne that Beato had procured splashed out all over the floor and her dress. Ano? Nani? Pop, 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 pop. What? Alright, 2 minutes are up. Steaks, sweating bullets, oh no. Rip. Each time one of the plates of food on the table was knocked into the air. It is perfect timing.
お父様お気に召しませんでしたか
Father, did you find the food displeasing?
お前は誰だ
Who are you?
私はベアトリーチェでございます
I am Beatrice.
お父様のために生まれてまいりました
I was born for your sake, Father.
違う
I know, look at that face. That's like... No.
Huh?
こいつは誰だ
Who is this?
ベアトじゃない
This isn't Beato!
そして俺をお父様なんて呼ぶな
And don't call me father!
これはどういうことだ
What's going on here?
何なんだこれは
What is this?
ベアトを蘇らせたんじゃなかったのか
Didn't I revive Beato? Only thing missing is the receding hairline. I know it is a little Kinzo-like at the moment in it.
源氏これはどういうことだ
Even yelling for Genji. He is getting to be a little Kinzo right now. Genji! What is this all about?
恐れながら
My apologies.
紛れもなくそのお方はベアトリーチェ様でございます
But that is indeed Beatrice-sama.
そんなはずあるか
Like hell it is! Oh, and the anger and the hitting? Ooh, just like Kinzo. And Genji's his only friend. Yeah, we need Nanjo in here. Like hell it
俺の
is!
どこがベアトなんだ
How is this supposed to be Beato?
全然違う偽物だ
She's totally wrong! A fake!
いいえベアトリーチェ様でございます
No, that is Beatrice-sama.
ゲーム版のルールに従い生み出された紛れもなくベアトリーチェ様ご自身でございます
It is, without a doubt, Beatrice-sama, who was born in accordance with the rules of the game board.
いやこんなのはベアトじゃない
No, this isn't anything like
ベアト
Beato.
ってのはもっとおかしな喋り方をして品のない笑いをしてそれから
Beato would always talk in this weird way. She'd laugh rudely and more.
いいえ間違いなくベアトリーチェ様ご自
Yes,
身で
yes, Rowan? This is FMA if the brothers had succeeded with the human transmutation. You're my mom, right? Oh, yeah. Where'd you get the cape? No, I've seen it in art. He gets a cool bitchin' cape as soon as he became game master, I guess. He realized the truth about Beato. He figured it out. And so that means he's now the game master. And so he's now running a game for against Erika. So Erika is gonna take the place Battler had before. So it's like the witch side and the Battler and the human side is switching. Yeah, he stole Kinzo's drip and his girl. Don't tell me we're gonna have to make the harem jokes with Genji, Battler, Nanjo now. Oh god. You know, it would be okay if it was like their demon versions. No, this is unquestionably Beatrice-sama herself.
じゃあどうしてこんな喋り方をする
Then why is she talking like that?
どうして俺をお父様なんて呼ぶんだ
Why is she calling me father? That's what, yeah, exactly, all the Ryoe is with Ronove. Beatrice-sama was only born a short while ago. It would be far too cruel to expect her to act as she once did so soon.
まだ記憶が戻らないということなのか
Are you saying that her memory hasn't returned yet? Oh my god, this totally sounds like something Kinzo might say after he got the homunculus Beatrice, right? Right? He so much Kinzo energy right now. Don't be like your granddad, Battler. My lord. This person is most certainly Beatrice-sama herself. However, she is not the Beatrice-sama you know so well.
どういう意味だ
What are you talking about?
俺はゲームマスターなんだろ
I'm the game master, right?
どうしてベアトを蘇らせられないんだ
Why can't I revive Beato? Too much resentment turns you to an abuser. No, Battler, no! Just ask Rosa. Oh, yes, she most certainly has revived.
かつてのベアトリーチェ様は1000年を経られたベアトリーチェ様
However, the old Beatrice-sama had lived for 1,000 years.
一方こちらのベアトリーチェ様はご本人なれど生まれたばかり
This Beatrice-sama, on the other hand, was born only a short while
違
ago.
う人間のように見えるのは致し方ないことでございます
If she appears to be a different person, well, that just can't be helped.
じゃあどうやったらあのベアトは蘇るんだ
Then, how can I revive that
体
Beato?
はあるここに
Her body is right here.
魂はどうやれば蘇る
How can I revive her soul?
同じ1000年の人生を歩めばかつてと同じベアトリーチェ様にもなるでしょう
If she lives the same 1,000-year life again, she should become the same Beatrice-sama she was before.
1000年を待てと
So I'm supposed to wait 1,000 years?
人の性格は生まれながらだけのものではありません
What if Kinzo was Battler from the future? Like what almost happened in Back to the Future? I don't think that's it. I think this is supposed to be heavy hints, but that would be wild. A person's personality isn't decided solely by their birth.
その子の生き方や経験によって
This is the origin story?
人の身も変わりま
Damn.
す
People really were dealing with some painful stuff. It can change drastically based on how they live and what they experience. Oh no, now Battler's going through what Kinzo went through when he lost Beatrice.
意味がわかりますか
Do you
同
understand?
じベアトであっても同じでないということが
Even though she is the same Beato, she is not the same.
わかるわ
I get it. Why is Toya back?
同じ人間が2人いたとしても生い立ちで人はいくらでも変わる
Even if you had two of the exact same person, they could change enormously depending on their upbringing.
本来は同じ人間であるにもかかわらずその生い立ちによって 別人と言ってもいいほどに変わり得る。
You're your own grandfather like Fry in Futurama, man. Even though they might both be the same human to start with, their upbringing could change them so much that they effectively become two completely different people. Apparently she's feeling a little cheeky and is back in author mode or something.
本来人は人であり、人格そのものを指して人とは呼びません。
Usually we use the term person to refer to a person, not their personality.
しかし人格を人だと認める人間たちにとって、それはさながら他人のようなものでしょう。
However, since humans recognize a person by their personality, they might as well be two different people from a human perspective.
違いねえですな。
That's so true.
お嬢だって12年前の気の毒な一件がなけりゃ、今頃は笑顔が似合うキュート
Well,
な
even
女の
this
子だ
is
ったかもし
secret because she's like a secret author and nobody knows her real identity. There are a lot of secret layers. That's so true. If that tragedy 12 years ago hadn't happened, Missy here might have been a cute girl who could smile without looking weird.
失礼ね。
That's rude.
今だって十分キュートだったよ。
I'm cute enough right now, thank you very much. I understand. If a personality is what makes a person in our eyes, you could say that a second personality is a different person entirely, even if it inhabits the same flesh body. A second personality is a completely different person entirely, even if it inhabits the same flesh body. You mean like Beatrice and whoever her true identity is, because Beatrice was like her second personality, like with Eva and Eva Beatrice. Wink, wink, wink. At the very least, I'm a completely different person than I used to be 12 years ago. If my family had come home 12 years ago, then the Ange that resulted would surely be a completely different person from me. Even the same human can become completely different people. Can become different people. In fact, depending on their upbringing and endless possibilities, they can become an endless number of different people. So, just because this is the same Beato, that's no guarantee at all that she'll be the Beato that Oni-chan knows so well.
ましてや、ベアトリーチェは1000年を経た魔女。
And on top of that, Beatrice is a witch who lived 1,000 years.
人は3日あれば、死ぬことだって生まれ変わることだってできる。
Solving Who Shot Nanjo in Game 3 confirmed that depth of personality counts. Yeah, yeah, yeah. A person can die and be reborn in the span of just 3 days. Hashtag blame Shannon
そ
confirmed.
れが1000年じゃ、どうにもならないわね。
1,000 years is just too long.
あなたはなかなかできる読者のようですね。
It seems you're quite a skilled reader.
読者相手だったら同一の人間であってもその生い立ちと時間によって
For most of my readers, it would be necessary to devote several hundred pages to explaining how a single
別人になり
human
得ることを説明するために数百ページを割かねばならぬというのに
can become different people depending on their upbringing and the passage of time.
あまり読者をなめないで。
Don't underestimate your
私
readers.
たちはただ読んでるだけじゃない。
We aren't just
読
reading.
んで、考えてるの。
We read and we think.
100人に読ませれば90人くらいは読める
If I give my work to 100 people to read, 90 will actually be able
しか
to.
し意味がわかるのは50人
However, only 50 will actually understand what it
そして
means.
そこからさらに考えられるのは20人もいない
And not even 20 will be capable of thinking beyond that.
よく噛んで飲み込みなさい
Yet all I am asking is that they chew before they swallow.
とただそれだけの話なのに
Nothing more than that.
しかしあなたはどうやらその貴重な20人の中の一人らしい。
However, it seems that you are one of those precious 20
だから
readers.
ここへ招いたのです。人の子よ。
That's why I invited you here, child of man. It was hard to actually like this Hachijo Toya person. However, though this forgery she had written was still in its first stages, it definitely felt as though it had something very similar to those tales in those message bottles. Speaking metaphorically, one might call it a scent. An indescribable stern atmosphere, like a stuffy library. Do you have any questions, Dan? I'm not gonna tell you the thing you really hate. I think you should be surprised, but if you're like, got any questions to get up to speed, let me know. The Beatrice who wrote the message bottles and Hachijo Toya are different people. And yet, this has the same scent as that tale. I see. This is why some of those curious witch hunters are so intensely devoted to her. You think you figured it out? Okay. Their keen sense of smell was able to sniff out that familiar scent.
さ
Very well
どう
then.
ぞ続きを読んで
Please continue reading.
文字を追うあなたの顔を見るのが何よりも楽しいの。
There could be nothing more entertaining than watching your face as you glance over the
そし
words.
て言葉を交わし合うことも。
That and speaking with
物書
you.
きは感想に飢えてるってのは本当ね。
I guess it's true that writers are always starving for opinions on their works. Damn, it is so true. Oh my god, please comment on my AO3 pics. Actually, don't really. I actually cannot share those on stream. if you like people who would be into the things I wrote, please comment on them.
でも申し訳ないけど、こんな分厚い原稿を延々と読んでる時間はないの。
Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't have time to read all the way through this thick
それより
manuscript.
私はあなたに
More importantly, I came here to.
時間なんていくらでもあるでしょうに。
But you have all the time in the world. Both the second hand and the pendulum on the ornate clock behind Hachijo had been moving the whole time. However, absolutely no time had passed for a while now. Only about 3 minutes had gone by since the time she had entered the room.
ね、
See,
時間など気にすることもないでしょう。
time isn't something you have to worry
あ
about.
なたが読み終わるまで。
Yeah, it's cheeky music. Time everywhere will leave you alone
あなたを追い立てない。
until you've finished reading.
ああ、じゃあ次のページ次のページ。
Let's jam. Next page, Missy, next page. Muxa badgered me to turn the page, so I returned to the world of the tale once more. So there's still a world where Ange is here. Okay. Why does her tale have the same scent as Beatrice's, I wonder? Is it because she actually has reached the truth as she claims? Does this mean that anyone who knows the truth could create an endless number of message bottles? Is that what the cat box world is like? I see. Maybe she really is an endless witch herself. In fact, maybe anyone who knows the truth can become an endless witch. I don't know if I'm an endless witch or not. I need validation. An endless tale created by endless witches. Ryukishi is an endless witch. Confirmed. The 2 days starting on October 4th, 1986, where my family is being toyed with endlessly. I have to end it. I have to find a hint of the truth from within this story and end this endless tale. What do you think, Beato?
俺の作った第6のゲームは
How's the 6th game I've made?
素直に褒めるやつじゃないもんな。
Well, you're not the type to give me an honest compliment anyway, are you? Oh my god, he is hanging on to crumbs.
せいぜい無能なりにそこそこ頑張ったではないか。
You'd probably say something more like, not bad for an incompetent fool like you. Oh.
無能なりにそこそこ頑張ったではないか。
Not bad for an incompetent fool like you. Hey, she's practicing.
ゲームマスターの立場になってよくわかったぜ。
Now that I've seen what it's like to be a game master, I understand everything.
お前も毎回随分と苦労してやがったんだってな。
You really had to work hard during each and every game.
ゲームを作るのは楽なことではない。
Creating a game is not such an easy thing.
よもやそなたとそれをねぎらい合う日が来ようとはな。
To think the day would come when we would both congratulate each other like this.
ゲームを作るのは楽なことではない。
Creating a game is not such an easy
よも
thing.
やそなたとそれをねぎらい合う日が来ようとはな。
To think the day would come when we would both congratulate each other like this. Actually, this might be even sadder. Battler! Me too, me too, bro. Oh, that hurt. Me too, bro.
違う。
Oh, wrong.
こんなのはベアトじゃない。
This isn't Beato. Battler slammed hard on the desk, but the piece Beato showed no reaction. You're becoming like your grandfather. No! After all, Battler hadn't ordered her to react. It was easy to revive that Beato as a piece. However, it would only move according to Battler's wishes. Having a conversation with it was no different from talking to himself. The game master could summon any kind of piece. He could move those pieces in any way he wanted, reigning as an absolute god. However, for that very reason, they were just pieces. That made it unbelievably lonely and sad.
お前はたくさんの家具たちやいろいろな物語を紡ぎ出してきた。
You created many kinds of furniture, as well as several tales in the
俺
past.
はそれを見てお前はきっとさぞや楽しいだろうなと思っていた。
When I saw that, I was sure you were having a great time doing it.
だが違う。
But that's wrong.
お前は信じられないくらいに孤独だったんだ。
X-Men Origins Kinzo, you were unbelievably lonely.
お前にとって俺という自らに反逆する対戦相手はどれほど愉快なものか。
Oh, look at the extra quote in the quote. She's just quoting him. It must have been such a relief for you to have an opponent in me who could actually go against
今の
you.
俺には痛いほど理解できる。
I'm painfully aware of that now.
あの礼儀正しい
That
おかしい
weird,
確かに
polite
お前なんだろうな。
Beato. She is you. I don't doubt that.
1000年
The way you were 1,000 years ago. The way you were as Shannon.
前の。しかし別人だ。
However, she is a separate person. Oh, this scene is cool. Wow. While he's desperately trying to revive Beato, the witches are working on their revenge. A bit. But they kind of gotta wait until he actually presents the game. So they were kind of in the waiting room, getting impatient. However, she is a separate person.
お前の姿に瓜二つだからこそむしろ許せない。
The way she looks just like you is what I really can't get over. I can't stand it.
しかしコマではないから俺の意志に背ける。
However, she isn't a piece. so she can go against my will. Oh my god, this is so Kinzo and the homunculus at the same time. Ugh.
コマのお前なんかよりあのベアトの方がはるかに血は通ってるだろうぜ。
Sure, unlike the piece you are, that Beato is much more alive.
それは認める。
I acknowledge that,
だが違うんだ。
but it's all wrong.
あれはお前じゃない。
That isn't
お
you.
前の生き別れの妹か何かで全くの別人なんだ。
She's a completely different person, like a long-lost little sister or something. Battler, don't say that. Ange is gonna come here and drop kick you.
むしろどうしても受け入れられない。
And that's why I just can't accept her. As much as he hated this piece Beato, Battler felt an even stronger dislike for the chick Beato. Even after a whole 1,000 years, she still wouldn't become the original Beato. Wait, is this 1,000 years later, like quote unquote? Oh, that's wild. Don't tell me they were keeping the witches waiting for 1,000 years, unless it's like time has no meaning kind of thing. Even if she were ordered to act like the original Beato, it would just be an imitation. This is a very similar but separate person, and definitely not Beato herself. Then, in the previous game, Beato really did disappear for all eternity. What is time if you can live up to 1,000 years? Yeah. Even after becoming the game master, there was no way to revive her. Laugh. Laugh at how pathetic I am. Oh, he wants the Dami mommy back. You can't even manage a ha 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 ha. I see how it is. Oh no, there it is, there it is. Just give it a rest already. You're just an illusion. You won't laugh unless I order it. And you can't even continue to laugh unless I keep on ordering it. Just disappear. True feelings. I remember when the sea was blue. They're even playing Hope. On Rokenjima, this day, or rather this time around, was the same as any other. The typhoon would be coming very soon. The clouds hadn't yet grown thick, but they were moving quickly. The only thing on Natsuhi's mind was the plan to cover up Kinzo's absence this year as well. Get body, nerd. Lol, sea can't be blue anymore. Kraus appeared to have suffered a stomachache from the stress and was resting in his room. Poor guy. Hey, boat captain! Jessica and Kumasawa had left in a boat to go shopping and greet the incoming relatives on Nijima.
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
The servants had been busy since the early morning in preparation for the family conference, the greatest event of the year. Shannon and Kanon were getting the guest house ready.
親族の方々を止めるならお屋敷の客室で十分だろうね。
Shouldn't the guest rooms in the mansion be more than enough to hold the relatives?
そうね。
Good point.
こっちのお掃除大変だもんね。
It is a pain to clean up here as
で
well.
もゲストハウスのお掃除は好き。
Even so, I like cleaning the guest house.
奥様や他のムカつく使用人もいないから静かでいいもんね。
Yeah, it's nice and quiet without Madam and all the annoying servants. Shannon gave a... I watched a little bit of it when it was first on. Like, I thought it seemed intriguing, and I knew that it was like a redo of an old show, but it seemed intriguing, but it was kind of hard to get into. Yeah, I think that's most of what I saw too, was just the first season. It is kind of like that though, with the fabricated setups and stuff, and you know, dying and coming back. Yeah, this is kind of giving that feeling, isn't it? Shannon gave a non-committal smile as she performed a detailed examination of the guest room. Right, all these people have a role they have to play, like you're somebody's wife or something like that, not realizing they only follow loops. Yeah. Shannon gave a non-committal smile as she performed a detailed examination of the guest room. Did we forget to clean anything? Do we need to restock anything? She diligently gave the room one final check over.
昨夜も入念に点検したじゃないか。
You checked everything thoroughly last night too, didn't you?
姉さんは本当に豆だな。
You really are dedicated.
こういう日に限って油断するといたずらされるの。
It's on days like this when you tend to get pranked if you're
いざって
careless.
時、大切なものが見つからなかったり、
You can never find important things when you need
閉
them.
めておいたはずのものが開いてたり。
And things that were supposed to be closed turn out to be open.
姉さんはそそっかしいからね。
That's because you're too
よ
careless.
く確認しながら仕事をしないからだよ。
You don't pay attention while you work.
だから私と一緒に点検してくれてるんだよね。
I guess that's why you're helping me check.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
別に感謝されることじゃないよ。
There's nothing to thank me
姉
for.
さんがしっかりしてくれれば、僕まで付き合わなくて済む。
If you were a bit more alert, I wouldn't have to help at all.
本当は私と一緒にいたいんだよね。
But the truth is, you just want to be with me, right?
甘えん坊さんなんだから。
You're such a kid.
そんなんじゃないってば。
That's not it at
姉
all.
さんは最近ジョージ様のことで浮かれてるみたいだからね。
It's all because you've been so ecstatic about George-sama
ミス
lately.
が多そうで見てられないだけだよ。
You're messing up so much I can't let you out of my sight.
カノン君、ちょっとおしゃべりしよっか。
Kanon-kun, let's chat a bit.
ダメだよ。仕事中だよ。
Can't do that now, we're working.
私とジョージ様のことばかり茶化して、
You keep making fun of me and
カノ
George-sama.
ン君とジェシカ様はどうなの？
But how is it going between you and Jessica-sama?
別に何もないよ。
Nothing's going on in
そん
particular.
なことよりちゃんと仕事は。
If you have time to talk about that, let's just finish this. Ah! Hanon was very obviously trying to change the subject, so Shannon snuck up behind him and pushed him down onto the bed. Oh my. The Beato Femdom coming out. No, I'm just kidding.
一緒に親族の方々をお迎えに行こうって誘われたのに、どうして断ったの？
Why did you turn down Milady when she asked you to go with her to welcome the relatives?
仕事があるし。
Because I have work to do.
嘘。
Liar.
仕事なんか何もないくせに。
You don't actually have any work at all. Shannon and Kanon had switched roles. Normally Kanon was the one in control, but when it came to romance, it was the opposite. As Shannon had said, Jessica and Kanon were supposed to have been the ones to go greet the relatives at the Nijima harbor. However, Kanon had suddenly claimed that he had work to do, so Kumasawa had gone instead. Oh, interesting. Kanon didn't have any work to do. Shannon knew
お嬢
this.
様言ってた。
Milady told me.
文化祭の時のことがあっても、やっぱりカノン君が好きだって。
Despite everything that happened after the cultural festival, her feelings for you haven't changed.
僕は家具なのに
Even though I'm furniture.
そうだね。
That's right.
私も家具だね。
And I'm furniture too.
なのに姉さんは人間と恋をしてる。
And yet you're in love with a human named Ushido Miya Battler.
できるわけなんてないのに。
Even though that's never going to be possible.
そうかな。
You think so?
そう決めつけてるから、私たちは家具なんじゃないかな。
Maybe thinking that way is what makes us furniture.
僕はジェシカお嬢様のことを
I don't have any special feelings for Milady Jessica. Liar.
お使いする後宮家のご令嬢だとしか思ってない。
I only think of her as the daughter of the family we serve.
本当に？
Really?
本当さ。
Really?
何？
What?
私ね、
You know,
ひょっとすると今夜、
there's a
ジョージ
chance
様に求婚されるかもしれない。
that George-sama will propose to me tonight. Shannon wore an incredibly peaceful smile on her face, but Kanon could tell that there was no way she'd let him change the subject. Kanon realized that she must have made him help out here in the guest house in order to talk to him about this, and he clicked his tongue softly.
家具のくせに人間と結婚なんかできるつもりなの？
You really think you can marry a human even though you're furniture?
できると思う。
I think I can.
無理だね。
That's impossible.
どうして？
Why?
ジョージ様の描く未来の夢を姉さんは叶えられない。
That dream future that George-sama has imagined for you two is something you can never give him.
それは。
Well... And so this is like the first episode had a lot of echoes of episode 1, and now this episode is having a lot of echoes of episode 2. Well...
僕たちは人間じゃない。
That means the full, then if episode 7 is gonna be a reflection of episode 3, then episode 3 is just gonna have like a whole bunch of, they're gonna explain the entire epitaph in detail. We aren't humans.
それに劣る家具。
We're furniture. Inferior to them.
ジョージ様は姉さんを人間だと思い込んでるだけ。
George-sama only thinks that you're human.
それはそうかもしれないけど。
Well, that is true, but
今日までよく騙し通してこれたものだと思うよ。
I'm impressed that you've managed to trick him for this long.
そうやっていつまでジョージ様を騙し通せるつもりなの？
Do you really think you can keep tricking him like that forever?
自分が家具であることを未だに話せない姉さんが。
Even though you still haven't been able to tell him that you're furniture.
家具とか人間とか、そんなの関係ない。
Being furniture or being human has nothing to do with
ジョー
this.
ジ様は私のすべてを受け止めてくれると思うの。
I believe that George-sama will accept all of me.
それを確かめる勇気もないくせに。
And yet you don't have the courage to check and make sure. Like the cat box.
私ね、
You know,
求婚
I'm
受けてみ
planning
ようと
on
思うの。
saying yes. Wait, that made her pause for a second. Hold on. Well, we're furniture inferior. George-sama only thinks that you're human. That's true, but you managed to trick him into thinking you're human. Do you think you can keep tricking him about your true nature, even though you still haven't been able to tell him that you're furniture? Being furniture, being human, will have nothing to do with this. You believe that George-sama will accept all of you, but you don't have the courage to check and make sure? That's what I'm thinking. What made her pause? She doesn't want to ask? Why? She doesn't want to ask George to make sure if he'll accept all of her. Kind of like Beto being like, I believe Battler will accept all of me, and you think he will, but you don't have the courage to just like lay it all out there and ask. So that's what he's saying. You haven't had the courage to, you know, tell him that you're furniture yet. You know, I'm planning on saying yes. As Shannon looked up at the ceiling, she spoke of the imagined future that she and George would create. Though some anxiety over the future appeared on her face, so did joy from discovering what it was like to live with love. As Kanon watched this vivid dream he was being showed, he knew that none of his words would reach Shannon anymore.
好きにしたらいいよ。
You can just do whatever you want.
姉さんは一度言い出したらどこまでも頑固だから。
Once you've said something, you're incredibly stubborn.
私の
Yeah?
生きたいように生きてみたい。
I want to live life my own way.
もう家具だからとか人間だからとか
I've decided to stop
そう
worrying
いうのに怯えるのはやめようと思うの。
about who's furniture and who's a human. Kanon walked over to the window silently. He saw the rose garden filled with boring gray flowers in bloom. You don't see red, because without love it cannot be seen. He understood that Shannon was acting above her place. Beatrice is acting above her place, saying that she is a 1,000-year-old witch. And he knew that her tale had no chance of a happy ending. However, he also knew that now Shannon had made her decision. No words of his could change her mind. She paused because she hasn't told George that she's planning on murder-suiciding the whole family. In that case, it doesn't matter what I say. If I tell you to stop, you won't listen. If I tell you to do what you want, you'll do what you want. Why are you talking to me about this? It's not like you care what my response is.
私が知りたいのはカノン君のお嬢様への気持ちなの。
What I want to know is how you feel about Milady. Oh, new song. I have nothing to do with the two of
カ
you.
ノン君は本当にお嬢様のことは何とも思っていないの。
Do you really feel absolutely nothing for Milady? No, I don't, as I keep telling you.
嘘。
Liar. Why do you think that's a lie? Are you sure he'll accept you despite the fact that you're gonna shoot him with a gun when he's trying to find you in Game 3? Get him!
わかるもん。
Get her. I mean, Yeah, that is still a mystery. Who shot George? I
姉
know.
さんだもん。
I'm your big sister. You don't know. You can't know what I'm feeling.
わかるよ。
I do.
カノン君のことなら私は何でもわかる。
I know everything about you, Kanon-kun. If you really do know, then why are you asking? We know who it was because it was Shannon. Hashtag blame Shannon. Wait, Dan, you don't think Eva killed anybody in Game 3? If you really do know, then why are you asking? Your head and heart are already full with your feelings for George-sama.
僕もそんな一途な姉さんが大好きなんだ。
And that single-hearted devotion is what I love about you.
僕なりに応援してるんじゃないか。
That's why I'm rooting for you in the only way I can. You know that.
そうでなかったら
Eva killed a lot of people, but she was busy killing the other adults when George was killed, and that was hashtag blame Shannon. All right. That's why I'm rooting for you in the only way I can. You know that. Otherwise, even I... Even I?
僕だって
Even
お嬢様を好きになりたかった。
would have loved to fall for Milady. Kanon finally turned to face her, honestly and openly telling her his real emotions. That was what Shannon had wanted to hear. And having heard it, she closed in even further on Kanon's true feelings.
そんな言い方じゃダ
Chesters
メ
who killed them. And if they're actually guns, it was guns. But, yeah. And it was definitely Shannon. No, you can't word it that way. Because Eva didn't have the guns anymore. Hydrate. Ah, that was needed. Thank you. No, you can't word it that
許
way.
さない
I won't let you.
じゃあどうすればいいんだよ。
Then what do you want from me?
なんて言えばいいんだよ。
What am I supposed to say?
好きになりたかったなんて言い方でごまかさないで
Don't try to dodge by saying I would have loved to fall for
カノン
her.
君の素直な気持ちをそのまま口にすればいいの
All you need to do is honestly tell me what you really feel.
僕には眩しすぎるんだよ、お嬢様が。
The lady is too dazzling for me.
太陽のようで生き様が眩しすぎて。
The way she lives is blinding like the sun.
そんなお嬢様が好きなんだ。
That's what I love about her.
そんなお嬢様に手を差し伸べられて共に歩こうと言ってもらえて嬉しかった。
I was so happy when Milady stretched out her hand and asked me to walk with her.
嬉しいんだ。
No, I still am happy.
好きなんだよね
You love her, don't you?
ああ、好きさ。
Yes, I do.
お嬢様が大好きだ。
I love Milady. Finally, Hanon confessed his feelings in their entirety. In fact, by saying it aloud, he finally understood how he truly felt. As passionate tears welled up in his eyes, Hanon finally accepted it. He couldn't stop the tears from dripping down his
お
face.
嬢様も僕もこの島に閉じ込められて何の希望もなく生きてるのは全く同じだった。
Milady was exactly like me, locked up on Rokenchima and living without any hope at
なのに
all.
お嬢様は
And yet,
自らの道を自ら照らし、自らの足で運命を切り開くんだ。
she was able to light her own path and create her own fate.
それが眩しくて羨ましくて。
It was so dazzling that I envied her. He manages to still be a hater despite everything.
お嬢様と一緒にならこんなみすぼらしい自分じゃない、別な本当の自分を見つけられそうな気がして。
I felt as though if I could be with her, I could find my true self instead of the pitiful person I am
お
now.
嬢様の告白を拒絶して
When you turned down Milady's confession,
悲しかった
were you sad?
悲しかった。
I was!
自分につく嘘がこんなにも辛くて悔しくて悲しいなんて知らなかった。
I never realized that lying to yourself could be so sad, so painful, so excruciating.
そして僕のそんな嘘がお嬢様を傷つけたのがたまらなく許せなかった。
And I just couldn't forgive myself for hurting Milady with that lie.
そんな自分にもう二度と恋をする資格なんてないと思ってた。
I believed that I didn't have any right to fall in love ever again.
あるよ
But you do.
恋の資格はね
The right to love
自分だけが与えられるの
is something only you can give yourself. Damn, Shannon on the cognitive behavioral therapy train today.
だからダメとかそんなの関係ない。
Being furniture or not has nothing to do with it. You think you can tell this is about Kanon and Jessica rather than George and Shannon? Hmm.
ダメだって自分で決めたらもうダメなの。
If you tell yourself no, then it'll never happen.
決めつけちゃダメ。
You mustn't think that way.
だから私は与えたよ。この身の程知らずな家具の身に恋の資格を。
That's why I gave myself, impudent furniture that I am, the right to fall in love.
だからカノン君にだってあるよ。
And you have it too.
恋をする資格が。
The right to fall in love? Yes.
あなたにあげられないなら私があげる。
If you can't give it to yourself, then I will.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
僕はやっと海が見られる気がする。
I feel as though I can finally see the sea. See, they even got the sea is blue. It's been 5 million years since that got actually referenced in game. Now they referenced it again. Kanon can finally see that the sea is blue.
きっと
I'm certain
ジョージ様は今夜
tonight, George-sama
私に求婚すると思う。
will propose to me.
求婚を私は受けて
When he does, I will accept.
この島を出てジョージ様と新しい天地で新しい生活をするつもり。
I intend to leave this island and start a new life in a new
それが
world.
姉さんの選んだ道だというなら
If that's the path you've chosen,
何も言えるわけがない。
then I have no say in the matter.
この島を出てそしてこの島へは二度と帰らない。
I'll leave this island and I'll never return again. More family reunions? Fuck that, I'm not going.
カノン君とはお別れになる。
It will mean saying farewell to you, Kanon-kun. Hold on. If you want to be part of the family, that would be a little unrealistic. Are you expecting George to elope without you even talking it out with him first? You say that with such definite words that I wonder if you mean because like, you know, Rokonjima still belongs to the family, especially if George is in line to inherit. And so I wonder if George is just your ticket out of there and you're just gonna start a new life even if it's not with George. Is that what you're saying? He's just your ticket out of there? I'll leave this island and I'll never return again. It will mean saying farewell to you, Kanon-kun.
そうだね。
You're right.
僕たちはお別れだね。
We won't see each other again, will we?
もし
If
カノン君が心の底からお嬢様を愛していてそれが私のジョージさんへの思いと同じかそれ以上だと言えるなら
If you do love Milady from the bottom of your heart, and you can honestly say that your feelings are at least as strong as the ones I have for George-san,
私はあなたと決着をつけなきゃならない。
then you and I need to settle this. Settle what?
姉さん。
Ne-san.
それがお互いのため。
This way is best for both of us. What? This way is best for both of
カノン
us.
君の思いを私を理由に諦めないで。
Don't give up on your feelings on account of me.
僕のわがままが姉さんの幸せを傷つけるかもしれないのに。
Even though my selfishness might keep you from your happiness,
私も自覚してるよ。
I'm fully aware of it.
私の幸せがカノン君を傷つけることを。
My happiness is hurting you as well. We have no choice but to hurt each other. As she said this, Shannon turned her back to Kanon. As Kanon watched Shannon from behind, he was struck by her strength and the sisterly love she showed in still thinking of him despite everything.
姉さん、僕は姉さんと一緒で幸せだったよ。
They talking about the game or what? Ne-san. Living with you made me happy.
私もだよ。
Me too.
君がいてくれたから今日まで頑張れた。
I wouldn't have lasted this long without you. I wouldn't have lasted this long without you.
だからジョージさんとも出会えた。
And that's why I was able to meet George-san. Yeah.
僕も姉さんが教えてくれたからお嬢様の眩しさに気がつけた。
And I wouldn't have realized how dazzling Milady is if it weren't for you.
私は自分の思いを曲げない。
I won't abandon my emotions.
その気持ちだけを見つめて他を無視してカノン君の心を踏みにじることから目を
I'll
覚まさない。
I'll focus only on my feelings and ignore everything else, and I won't look away when I trample over your heart. Because she's gonna be murdering people, including Jessica or Kanun?
僕も
Or because she'll become a murderer
姉
witch?
さんを理由に
And he does not like that?
もう偽らない。
Me too. I won't use you as an excuse. Hide the way I really feel. Why would he use her as an excuse to hide the way he really feels? Furniture? He's furniture. That's the excuse he's been saying.
私の恋が実っても
Or does he mean the grousing and complaining? Whether my love bears fruit,
君の恋が実っても
or yours does,
私たちは互いを祝福しよう。
let's each agree to celebrate the other. Yes,
約束する。
I promise.
そして僕が勝ったら
And if I win,
お嬢様を愛し姉さんも大切にする。
I will love Milady and treasure you. Yeah, so what? Well, what does this imply?
ありがとう。
Thank you.
でも私が勝ったら
But if I win,
君と島を忘れてここを永遠に出ていく。
I know, right? They're speaking as though only one of them can. Like, the island. Yeah, Dan, you're cooking? Thank you. But if I win, I'll forget you and this island and leave this place forever. Are they both alternate personalities? Shannon and Connor are the same person? But don't people... Kano never leaves a body! fucking way! You're right! Kano never leaves a body! Dan! You're cooking! What the fuck? Beato is trans? Let's go. Okay, not if they're gonna answer it later. No, you can hold off on that rep. I'm just like, what the fuck? But people treat them like they're different. People, they've surely been seen in the same room. Haven't they? Have they been seen in the same room by We do see both of them in the same room in chapter 5. Yeah, yeah. But that wasn't a game written by Beato. That's true, Dan! So you were around to see that bit. Oh, wait, it wasn't a game written by Beato. That's also true. I was thinking of it in the sense that one of the things you missed was that that author lady claimed to have been the one who wrote games 3, 4, and 5, but games 1 and 2 were from genuine message bottles that drifted from Rokenjima. But 3, 4, and 5 were like convincing fan fictions written by someone who understood the truth of the game. Or something like that is what they seem to be saying. But the way they say that, I'm not sure if that includes all the meta parts or if that's just what happens to the Ushidomiyas. Because the way Ange is responding to it, she doesn't seem to think it's creepy that people wrote about her whole journey. She takes it in stride, which makes me think that, you know, Alliance of the Golden Witch was just the ridiculous parts with like Battler getting prank called and stuff like that. But I could be wrong. Thank you. You're guessing it's just the games? Yeah, that's what I was guessing. Just the usual suspect scene. B, we might have... Dan, I think, stumbled upon something. Shannon and Kanon might be the same person. Kanon never leaves behind a body when he dies. And the way they're talking right now, they're like, all right, one of us is going to end up with the person we like. And we're like, may the best person win, which is like, why are these things mutually exclusive? Okay, so we've rewound again, right? He was avoiding his feelings for Jessica. Shannon just made him admit his feelings this time. Well, one time it was described as like Beato disappearing his body as a punishment. And then another time it was because he quote unquote fell down a well. The joke we made in chapter 3 after Nanjo was shot. Oh yeah, Kanon was like a ghost back then. And Jessica was the only body in the room in episode 2. You had made a hashtag blame Shannon joke? Maybe Shannon was guiding Jessica with her crawling on the ground? Someone else was like, "Milady, you can't touch me, otherwise you'd feel my boobs and know it was me." Shit! Oh my god. Okay, okay. Thank you, but if I win, I'll forget you and this island and leave this place forever. She's abandoning her alternate identity. Yes. Also, their weapons, one has a sword, one has a shield, but properly you'd want to use them together, right? One has a magic sword, one has a magic shield, but maybe if you're all one person, you got a magic sword and a magic shield. Yes, whichever of us wins, that person will pursue their love with all they've got. Does she, so is Kanon and Beato also alternate personalities? How many she got in there? Okay, okay, also, one of them is attracted to one of the cousins, right? So Shannon's pursuing George, Kanon's pursuing Jessica, and Beato, you could say, is somewhat pursuing Battler? Maybe B, something like that. Whichever of us wins, that person will pursue their love with all they've got. Even if they know that love will be unrequited. Well, see, Kanon is not unrequited with Jessica. Unless they're talking about Battler. Yes. After all, we are furniture, no more. Yeah, I could have been, maybe I was wrong. I was so sure Beato was a girl. Unless, you know, okay. So we were on the hashtag blame Shannon, but it's also true that, can be in love with Battler and blackmail Natsuhi. Well, we could argue that time it was Lambda Delta, because she was in control of that game and was writing fan fiction. But we are furniture, no more. Also, hold on. Yeah, that's two voices. I thought it would be sick if it was three voices, but it's two. The boat carrying the relatives docked at Rokenjima's harbor. Hypothetically, if Kanon and Shannon are the same person, someone is pretending to be the opposite. And so that's how they can both appear in a scene and stuff like that? Ah. Oh! Then that's the real Beato! That could be room for the real Beato! I said they were both orphans from the same orphanage, right? So maybe the person pretending to be Kanon is the person we're looking for. Someone pretending to be the opposite gender-wise. Also, finally, we're hearing the Umineko's Naku again. They left the boat one by one, making fun of Battler. Goda wasn't the only one to greet them. Goda! Hanon was there too. Glad to know I'm pushing you in the right direction, Katie. Oh man, Rep. Hanon was there too. It has been quite some time, everyone. Allow me to welcome you to Rokkenjima. I hope that your long journey went smoothly. Welcome to Rokkenjima. Which direction am I? Who knows? Ah! Oh, good, good. Yoda complimented Kanon in a whisper. Off the cliff with the baby. No! One of them has got to be that baby, but which one? Kanon ignored this, looking just a little sour, and continued to greet the incoming relatives. Or into the jail under the mansion. Ah! This is your first time meeting Goda-san and Kanon-kun, isn't it, Battler-kun? It's my first time meeting Battler too. Ah! Goda-san's a splendid chef. He's the only reason anyone would ever want to come to this island. I feel like something broke open with this realization just now, Dan. It's kind of funny because your hashtag blame Shannon Doc was actually blaming both of them. I am the most honored. But if they're both the same person, then you're even more correct. You are! I am most honored, Battler-sama. I do hope that you look forward to your meals during your stay. I can't wait! I'll be looking forward to it. It's good to see you again, Kanon-kun. See, somebody is being identified as Kanon-kun. You seem to be in high spirits today. That's great. You think so? Oh yes, your face is looking brighter today. I can't tell if it's your complexion or if your gaze looks a bit more gallant. Must be a growing phase. That's how a boy becomes a man. You usually look as though you're about to pass out from anemia. You're a bit different today. You got some vigor. It's because he's the same different person pretending to be Kanon. Like lambs for the slaughter, damn. A boy can change a lot in just 3 days. I guess this means even Kanon-kun's getting a bit more manly. We aren't making fun of you, okay? We're all complimenting you. Kanon had sworn that starting today, he would start changing the way he lived bit by bit. However, he had only meant to change within himself and hadn't expected that it would show on the outside. He was a bit shocked to hear that his expression had changed so much, that people had apparently noticed as soon as he opened his mouth. No, maybe the real surprise should have been that his normal expression looked so incredibly sullen in comparison. I don't think so. At least not Kanon specifically. Oh, you mean with the game, and this is Battler's game. Well, it's Battler's game this time. We'll see. I'm not sure. No, maybe the real surprise should have been that his normal expression looks so incredibly sullen in comparison. Goto led the way up to the guest house. Hanon brought up the rear, helping to carry some of Kumasawa's shopping.
僕今日はそんなにも顔色
Does my face really look that bright today?
私にもそう見えますよ。
Oh, it looks that way to me as well. This is supposed to give us hints who Beato is. Yes. Somewhat. I think it's definitely hinting.
何かいいことありました？
Did something good happen? Even Kumasawa was saying it. Hanon, unable to see what his own face looked like, hung his head in embarrassment. When they reached the rose garden, they could see the others entering the guest house. Then he saw Jessica running towards him from there. Is even Milady Jessica going to say I'm in a good mood today? Hanon hung his head even deeper. And so, almost as though he couldn't control himself, Hanon spoke first.
僕はそんなにも違うんですか？
Do I really look that different? Huh?
ほらカノン君ってさ
Oh, new Jessica expression. Well, you
積
know,
極的に挨拶とかする性分じゃないでしょ。
you aren't usually the type to come out and say hello of your own
だ
accord.
からみんな珍しいと思ったんじゃないかな。
That's probably why everyone was surprised.
先ほどはお嬢様にご同行できなくて申し訳ありませんでした。
I apologize for not going with you earlier, milady. Huh?
あ、いいよいいよ。
Oh, don't worry about
こっ
that.
ちこそ新島まで迎えに行くから付き合ってなんてくだらないことに誘ってごめん。
I'm the one who's sorry for asking you to come all the way out to Nijima with me just to meet everyone.
カノン君だって今日の仕事いっぱいあるだろうし。
I know how busy you must be today.
仕事は特にありませんでした。
I didn't have anything in particular to do.
お嬢様が眩しすぎて。
You were just so dazzling. Man, Battler being in charge of the game, he's like, just tell everyone how you feel!
一緒にいることに耐えられないほど
So dazzling that I couldn't bear to be with you.
僕が弱かったからです。
I was just weak. Jessica faltered, uncertain what Kanon was talking about. However, she realized that this was something too important to be laughed off.
何かあったのカノン君。
Did something happen, Kanon-kun?
シャノンが結婚するって。
Kanon says she's going to get married.
そっか。
I see.
やっぱりジョージ兄さん今回でプロポーズするんだね。
So George Nissan is going to propose this year. Jessica thought that this change in Kanon's appearance was probably caused by a change in his state of mind. Alright, I'm gonna stretch. Stretching. Hydrate. So, does this mean... Don't answer. I wonder if this means... Battler was gone for 6 years. I wonder if Beato was trying to cope by getting to know the other cousins approximately Battler's age. Oh, no, all the cousins, right? Because Beato became Maria's mentor, right? So in a non-romantic way, and then 2 romantic ways. She got to know all the other cousins. and had a different identity for getting to know each cousin better. Go ahead, Dan. You know, I got VODs. You know, unless you want to kind of speed read yourself with a download or something. After Fantasia, you would totes want to see me read the manga? Oh, maybe. Jessica thought that this change in Kanon's appearance was probably caused by a change in his state of mind. She thought he was sad that he and Shannon would soon be parting ways. Kanon realized that Jessica was probably thinking this, so he spoke to her clearly and honestly. Well, if it was worth killing people over, Battler abandoning her, dating Jessica, marrying George, playing games with Battler. Well, how can you play games with him if he's been away for 6 years and wasn't even with the family? Oh, you mean playing games with him with all of this stuff? You know, maybe it has to do with the extent of whatever bad stuff Kinzo did to her. You mean now, yeah. You're thinking on it now, the more you're just a bit unsure about the narrative benefit. So he spoke to her clearly and honestly because he wanted her to know. I had long decided that if Ne-san ever quit, I would stop working here as well. I know. Like splitting Shannon and Beatrice and confirming different personalities count as different people. Well, it would make it easier. Yeah, fudging and stuff. Okay, that's one thing. Okay. I know. So, are you going to quit too? I'm not sure anymore. Since this is an episode written by Battler, this is also based off his personality and desires. Yeah, I think that's why Kanon's being honest with himself. Because he was like, Beato, why couldn't you just say it clearly? So he's like, I think that's why Kanon's like being honest. Kanon being the same person, Shannon only helps certain specific mysteries, like how did Kanon die here? Because he knows but doesn't want to spoil it. Something like that. I don't know, it seems like a pretty well hidden spoiler to me, which is surprising, which I think is a cool thing for a narrative to have as a surprise, but I'm not sure anymore. But at the same time, there really is another way to explain why they couldn't both win their respective GFs. Yeah. I thought possibly it could have to do with the game, but then kind of like everybody dies at the end, so that doesn't really make sense with like one person winning. Unless you meant like the 5 who remain at the end, or 4 or 5 who remain at the end. But that's what we're trying to figure out. It's just the wording that Shannon and Kanon used. Like if I win, I'll forget about you and do my best. But if I lose, I'm gonna wish you the best on your new lovely relationship and stuff like that. It's their words, not mine. And it's like, why would they put it like that? And maybe it's like, once they're official with someone, opening the box, and or once a they can only pursue one relationship. Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure anymore. I feel that can't keep up the charade any longer. Yeah. If they're the same. Yeah, we're talking if they're the same, yeah. I'm not sure anymore. I feel that if I quit, I might again lose sight of something that your dazzling sunlight revealed to me. We're gonna be discussing who of them wins their respective GF first. It made it seem like it would be impossible to both be in relationships, right? Yeah. The way they were wording it. Jessica was stunned, unable to understand what he was saying. Also that they would both they would never see each other again. So maybe it's like if you're committing, she claims to be 16 and Kanon claims to be 15. So people may be lying. Jessica was stunned, unable to understand what he was saying. George is so beyond fucked either way. Yes, he is. No happy ending for Jeroge. Jessica was stunned, unable to understand what he was saying. We also have the baby from 19 years ago. This is true. However, she did realize that he was trying to tell her something important. And so, she was able to accept that his next words were neither a lie nor a joke. Battler is like, everybody be honest with your feelings. If the baby is also Beatrice and the real age is 19 or 20, yeah. Milady Jessica, I love you. I love you too! You live your life like the sun, and I want to try walking that path alongside you. Hey Cece, what's up? Don't look up ages because we will be spoiled. Okay. You live your life like the sun, and I want to try walking that path alongside you. Oh, I'm sorry, Cece. The other theory about the baby is that it's Beatrice from Kuidorion's baby, so it's still bad. Yeah. That was also my other theory. I have the feeling that with you, I'd be able to get away from the part of myself that regarded me with contempt and called me furniture. The part of myself that regarded me with contempt and called me furniture. You mean what Beatrice was calling Kanon in episode 2? Ah! You aren't furniture, Kanon-kun. Instead of child wife George, it's marrying your Aunt Jeroge. Yeah. Okay. You aren't furniture, Kanon-kun. He doesn't know his GF is his aunt. And you weren't born just so you could become a servant. Anti-furniture rogue, let's
年
go.
頃の男の子としてもっともっと人生を楽しんでいいはずなんだよ。
A boy your age should have the right to enjoy life much, much more. He does think she's a minor. You want to make a joke, but you can't because spoilers. Yeah.
私も眩しいや。
I'm the one who's dazzled.
君が眩しくて目が見られない。
Say it louder and say it again, maybe he'll believe you. So dazzling. I can hardly see.
これが偽らざる僕の気持ちです。
These are my genuine feelings.
それを今までごまかしてきて。
I'm sorry for trying to hide them for so long. This is how you can tell this is Battler's game. He's like, everybody make things simple. Just say the shit.
僕の臆病さがお嬢様を傷つけたあの日をお詫びします。
I apologize for hurting you on that day and my cowardice.
いいよ。
So if Kanon is also Shannon, and Jessica is also crushing on her aunt, yeah. Not that she knows that. That's okay.
言葉だけで私は嬉しい。
Just hearing you say that makes me happy.
だから
So
僕はお嬢様といつまでも一緒にいるために家具をやめようと思います。
this feels like Kanon's swan song. Is he the first to die? A slow burn. What is slow burning, Cece? So in order that I can continue to be with you, I plan to stop being furniture. Sayo is her real Sayo, if that is your real name. Money's still in Shannon, she's your missing piece. Alright. Hanon and Jessica. Yeah. I plan to stop being furniture.
そのための時間をください。
I ask that you give me some time to do that.
最後にその弱さを許してください。
Please forgive this last bit of weakness.
弱さなんてとんでもない。
There's nothing weak about you.
カノン君は見せてくれたよ。
There's nothing weak about you. You've shown me.
今までの自分と決別したいっていうとびきりの勇気を。
You showed me incredible courage by saying you want to change yourself from the way you used to
だから
be.
私は応援したいし、せかさずいつまでも待つよ。
So I'll support you until the end, and I won't rush you until you're
私
ready.
が太陽になって君の道を照らせるなら、
If I'm the sun lighting your
私
path,
だって君という人がいてくれたから、誰よりも眩しく輝いて、君の
That's
瞳に
because
私だけを映したいと思った。
I wanted to shine more brightly than anyone else so that you'd look only at me. Did Beatrice deserve to know about neo-pronouns?
君がいなかったら、私だって太陽になんてなれなかった。
Anna and Jessica kissing in the family tree. Without you, I'd never have become like the sun.
だから待つよ。
So I'll wait. As long as needed. Battler, I don't think this usually goes... I don't know. Would it go this smoothly? I think Jessica would be freaking out a bit more. But I could be wrong. INCESTUILIT. No! Thank you, milady. The roses weren't always that color. Why'd you make him pink, Battler? Oh wait, the gray roses. They were talking about that. You were waiting to make that joke? Oh boy. Oh boy. So this is what you call fanfic. Thank you, milady. Pink pink rose, red rose. They're usually red. Now they're pink. And then in the Golden Land, they were gold and glowing. But their yellow roses exist. Thank you, milady. I don't want to be milady to you anymore. May I call you by your name? Sure. Oh, but only when we're alone, okay? I mean, like Sayo. Stuff. Also, we know Sayo, but we don't know Kanon's real name. Maybe Kanon doesn't have a real name. Only when we're alone, okay? Otherwise, it might make things difficult for you. Appreciation. Oh. Well, Battler is seeming to be appreciating. Sayo is Shanon's real name. But the thing is, we never knew Kanon's. Good point. Oh my god, new Kanon sprite. Look at this. Nae-san and George-sama are doing the same, it seems. Oh, Jessica fucking read him for filth. Yeah, that was a long time ago, B. Like at the beginning of the damn game. We speculated on the kanji for his name. That's right, that's right. The orphanage forces them to take on new names because Kinzo's like that, yeah. They're like way early. Yeah. Sayo, they definitely talk about. I think the first Sayo drop was episode 1. It's just that was a bit that gets repeated, I think. I think the Sayo gets revealed in episode 1. They just like reiterated it. If Shannon hadn't told you about the engagement. Yeah. Dan started on the sea being blue. Yeah. And Kanon being a hater, it colored Dan's entire experience. So episode 1 is actually an enormous blind spot for Dan. 9 months ago, I know. Umineko could be a baby. Oh, that's so weird. Do you think we'll finish by I guess at this rate, we'll finish by the time a year passes. You were first here at the very beginning, Rep. Thank you for being here this whole time. The real symbolism here is the orange roses in the background, symbolize going from friends to lovers. Ooh. I'm the OG, listen to me. We'll finish by April 2025. Oh, I was like gonna be like, that sounds so far away, and then I realized that's next year. What the fuck? Alright. If Shannon hadn't told you about the engagement, you wouldn't have said what you said just now, right? Your birthday. Kanon hung his head, at a loss for words for some time. Finish the game on your birthday? Ooh. Is it gonna be on a Thursday? But it was true. If Shannon hadn't told him about the engagement, he probably wouldn't have been having this conversation at this moment. No. I wouldn't. Her words allowed me to think seriously. Oh, come on. It's a Lore Sunday. Oh, yay, Lore Sunday on Rep's birthday. If someone remembers that someone questioned Shannon about her real name, maybe her brother Kanon. George already knew that her real name was Sayo. So he's like, all right, can I call you Sayo when we're alone, just the two of us kind of thing? Jessica wanted to know Kanon's real name so bad, but he never told it to her, even when they were like dying together in one of the games. Kano never called her Sayo. No. She's always been Ne-san. Only George has called her Sayo, but he knew this ahead of time. Yeah. And Jessica never knew Kanon's name. Never in public, yeah. Hey, Blue Panda, hello! We're like going crazy on the theorizing right now. Oh, come on. You heard about Shannon and you wanted to see what love felt like yourself, right? Yeah, cause they're competing. Yes. That's a pretty straight answer. Yeah, I have to say this because Battler is controlling the game this time, and he wants everybody to be totally clear with each other. Well... When I watched those two, I was pretty envious myself. Jessica, I remember when you were like rolling around on the bed, hugging your pillow, screaming and crying out of jealousy. I remember that. In truth, the real reason was different for both of them. The real reason was different for both of them. They had been shown the courage that was needed to confess to the one they loved. This was the reason for both Kanon and Jessica. So, what should I call you? Oh my god, how did they both get here at once? Mods? I don't know if anybody's here. Or let me get him. I need more mods. Damn. Alright. Kill these bots, yeah. Kanon's real name is actually Kevin, and names be Sus. Imagine if somebody's real name was Sus. So, what should I call you? Just Jessica would be nice. Just saying it like that would be a bit embarrassing. Then you can use San at least at first. Wow, at least you're a little more considerate than fucking George. George is like, just don't use San. And just cause like, you can use San until you're comfortable. Fuck George. Why not try it out? Come on. Jessica-san. Jessica-san. Yeah, that'll do for now. And I'd like to call you by your name, Kanon-kun. What is the point of George? Eva's hopes and dreams. Because Rikishi is too good at writing love? What do you mean by that, CC? Me like putting the interviewing mic to you. And I'd like to call you by your name, Kanon-kun. You have a real name besides Kanon, don't you? Are we finally gonna hear it?
きっとカノンの「カ」が含まれた名前だと
I'll find out in Higurashi. Ah! Alright. You have a real name besides Kanon, don't you? I'll bet it has On in it like Kanon does.
なんだろう
The date at the beginning of episode 2 is too sweet. Oh, even with them being George and Shannon. What could it be?
ヨシアと
Ah! At long last? Not Yoshia Kiryu! Oh my god, Dan! No wonder he's a hater, it's Joshua! Oh, Rep, you didn't know we're diehard Twooey fans? Yeah, Yoshi. I think that's good. Yeah. He was in the background the whole time. Yeah, you guess his name was Yoshi way back when we first talked about Sayo in the orphanage, by the way. Oh, because I was dissecting the kanji. Oh my god! I'm vaguely remembering that. Yoshi, yeah. Aww! Well, I guess Yoshi if you make it short. Alright, I'm gonna look up the ya kanji real fast. I'm pretty sure I know what it means, but it's a little weird. I need to make sure it's the correct radicals. Alright, let's see. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where are you? Where are you? Okay. Oh no, it's that one. Yeah. Okay. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on. One, two, three. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let me just look at those. Oh, please, don't do this to me. Eshow.org, please work with me. Why is this? It shouldn't be this hard to look this kanji up. What the fuck? Oh, maybe because it is like that. Ah, got it, got it, got it. Kana, how, what, alas. Yeah. Kana, yeah, sai. So it's an exclamation. Interesting. That's a pretty rare kanji. Oh. Oh, CC, you had copied and pasted it for me. Sorry. All right, I see now. Oopsie. Thank you for trying to help me. I succeeded though. Mod said it through the cycle of samsara. I was right the whole time and no one was kept like, ah! Such a little thing so long ago. My name is Yoshia. How do you write it? Jessica tried tracing out various characters on the palm of her hand. Hearing the manual process was interesting. Oh, cool. You recognize the word sai a little? From IMAS? Oh, interesting. Then Konon used his own finger to write out the name on her hand. Ooh, romantic. Like this. Yoshia. So you're Joshua-kun. No. Shannon and Joshua. No. So you're Yoshia-kun. It took us 250 hours to find out Kanon's real name. Yeah, that's a great name. Totally better than my weird name. Jessica, I'm pretty sure Joshua and Jessica are like on the same level. If that is his real name. 9 months to find out Kanon's real name, if that is his real name. That's not true. Your name, Jessica, is just as... Hey, say that again! He just said Jessica and only Jessica. Huh? Your name, Jessica, is... One more time! Oh, Jessica. Oh my god, you're so cute, Jessica. Your name, Jessica, is just as... Is something wrong? This is too cute. What the fuck? Battler is going all out. It's nothing. Thanks. Yoshia-kun. I think they are supposed to be pink. The red. They look more pink than they did before. They look... The red flowers, they look pink to me, game. Bordering on magenta. The red flowers of the rose garden seem to celebrate the two lovers whose feelings had finally connected. Because of the orphanage that Kinzo... It's an orphanage that Kinzo, Oh, you mean... changing colors in real time of their relationship? I guess. Now they're dating and they get to be red? I guess. The red flowers of the rose garden seem to celebrate the two lovers whose feelings had finally connected. Yes, they're fake names. The scene was watched by... It's a thing the orphanage does. It's like they're pretty much raising people to be servants to work for Kinzo, and they all have simple kind of like servant names with on at the end. Yeah, Kinzo's sensibilities mean all the orphans' names. They're just first kanji of their birth name and on. You can think of it as like, you've seen Spirited Away, right? It's basically what happens to Chihiro. They just take the first kanji of her name and it's Sen, right? Except I guess she'd be like Senon or Chion or something like that. The scene was watched by not one human who gazed out quietly from beneath the rose garden arbor. And guess what that kanji means? It means 1,000, like the 1,000-year-old witch. Very super bad orphanage. I mean, they're the ones teaching this whole furniture thing. Uh-oh, Beatrice is having a bad time. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm very hungry. So I might call it here. All right, let's save. But this was fantastic. We are getting somewhere, my guys. Yeah, I'm really excited for these next few streams. I'm loving the payoff, even though I'm sure to some people this doesn't feel like payoff at all. It's like, what the fuck is the point of any of this? Depending on what kind of viewer you are, I guess. Thank you guys so much. Oh my god! Oh my god, did you see? Dan? Nono's playing Bokuda with a friend. Dan and I played that game. Let's raid Nono, who's playing Bokuda, which is a game. It's a puzzle game that requires 2 players. You cannot play it alone. You need 2 players. And 2 screens. So we are going to raid Nono. No, raid! No, raid! No, raid! No, raid! Sorry to end it so suddenly, but this seems like a good place to stop. Oh, I am so pumped to reach more payoffs. Thank you guys so much. And thank you guys. Love you guys. Since this is the Love Umineko episode. One of the important things is that for both players' point of view is different and they have mechanics unique to them. Yes, they're both hallucinating. They're mad tripping. You should play with Jeremy sometime. That would be so cute. All right, thank you guys very much. And guess what? Guess what? I will be... I intend to stream tomorrow. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm just gonna try to hold myself to that. All right.